Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Casters headquarters. Shout out to all the early birds coming in bright and early, getting ready to get this. It's the COD Mobile Garena Masters 4, back with Cali at the helm. I've got with me the greatest analyst in the game. We've got the Warden, and we have our second 4-match day of the week coming our way. Warden, a lot of good series today. Before we dive into what happened last night, what are you looking forward to most on day 2?
I mean, I'm really eyeing for the matchup here in between NACAGUE, NACAGUE up against ALMGHTY. I mean, that could be a rematch that we might be looking forward for as well. I mean, we all know for a fact the talents in between NACAGUE and ALMGHTY has been present throughout the Garena Masters series, so that might be one topic that I would be loving to talk about here, Cali.
Yeah, that would be on match number 2 later on. We're gonna be more specific later on as we go in and head into that matchup. But for everyone that's watching right now, we got another Popquiz segment happening again today. You can win exclusive crates by watching the group stage live, and during the Popquiz segment, we're going to give you a question that you have to answer on the chat. Comment your answer plus open ID plus your hashtag shown on screen to participate and have a chance to win. But back to the topic now, Warden. SR NACAGUE and of course ALMGHTY. These teams go way back, and to say the least that they are part of this Group D or Group C. It's gonna be a bloodbath, man.
I mean, I'm really just overall quite stoked up to see this Group C. I mean, Group C overall, as we all can tell, it's basically the group of death. I mean, a lot of shockers, a lot of people were so shocked when they saw this bracket. So it's just gonna make things much more interesting here, man.
Yeah, it is. And now we're going to be jumping into the Garena Masters 4 tournament format. 256 teams competed in the qualifiers. Only 16 teams made it to the group stage. The top 2 of each group advances to the playoffs to fight for the championship. And I know it's just the second day, Warden, but I'm going to put you on the spot. Name me your top 2 for each group right now.
I mean, for Group A here, I'm really eyeing for the side of SKADI and going for the side of the BONDEE Boys Club, which we are going to be seeing later on. For Group B, all gonna be about Blacklist, International Ultimate, and the Huntsmen. For Group C, safe to say we gotta be sticking to the finalists for the Stage 4 run there on the last year's taker for Call of Duty Mobile, and that's gonna be Smart Omega and ALMGHTY. For Group C, safe to bet as well, it might just be the Westman Mamba Lowkings for sure. And this one, I'm actually quite empty-handed here, Cali, but with Rao, FRANIC was able to put up a great show yesterday up against Forest Kings. They might be a contender for that number 2 spot on that Group D.
Yeah, that match was just absolutely stunning because RU FRANIC both RU FRANIC and Forest Kings had to go to a duel and down to the T because it went down to a game number 5 in control. But now we're looking at the qualified teams for Group A. That's SKADI, Easier Esports, and BONDEE Boys Club and R&D. And the Group A had its first match yesterday, and it was SKADI's first win on the group stage. And we got to talk about Speed, Warden.
I mean, Speed, has been able to spread a lot of sauce on Respawns. Arguably one of the best storylines we have in regards to the talents of SKADI as well. And I did have a chat with him behind the scenes during Garena Masters 3 when he was still under the Huntsmen. And we went around the topic of how far does he want to bring himself in the competitive scene, in which he gave off the impression that he was pretty uncertain. So it's pretty nice to have him on the stage and being able to rack up those skills and putting up good impact for SKADI.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Speeds just improve a lot after that Garena Masters 3 run, and now the group of death right in front of your screen. Group C, LF Org, Smart Omega, ALMGHTY, and SR NACAGUE. The first half of this Group C has already played yesterday as well, and it was Smart Omega bringing home a very close victory against LF Org. But now we're gonna see ALMGHTY play. But let's talk about Smart Omega, man. Thin, the objective that he did yesterday was just what Smart Omega needs.
Yeah, definitely. And as much as I admire Rage, having Tin for the squad of Omega compensates for the loss. I mean, both players plays the same role and has pretty promising gunfights. And but the only difference is that Rage never does any crucial mistakes in crucial situation. But let's not get into that. I mean, after all, it is a new year and might as well be a new profile for these players.
Oh wait, what are you trying to get at? Are you talking about the gravity vortex at the takeoff hardpoint?
Tin himself made a comment about that on the Facebook comment section. Yeah, so that's really one factor right there. But the rest, I mean, they're pretty identical as a player there, Cali.
Yeah, here are the standings of the group stage. Group A, SKADI will be right now on the top with 3 wins. Blacklist, same thing for them at Group B for Mega. And the only match that only had to go down to game number 3, and of course, not ending up into a sweep was that RAU FRANIC matchup in Forest King. You did touch up on this earlier. It was the sweatiest matchup yesterday because the game had to be so close every time.
I mean, all I can say is I love the passion for either of the squads. I mean, out of all the talents in this competition, safe to say that both of these teams are one of the upcomers as well. So loving it for the Youngbloods, and let's just hope they can keep it up. But you know, it's gonna be a different storyline for this one, as you know, we are pretty much done with the 50% of the brackets here. We're gonna be moving over to the other 50%. So let's just hope that, you know, they are gonna be spending this off time, you know, revising what they can offer on their next few runs in this group stages.
Absolutely right. You know, this is going to be, you have to play the team twice here in order for you to gain an advantage, and you're gonna see the matches happen today at the schedule, which we will be provided later on. But R&D, BONDEE Boys Club, Kazoku Legacy, Huntsmen, ALMGHTY, SR NACAGUE, SHUSHHH, and WPM Lowkings will be part of today's schedule, and they will be competing to fight for that #1 spot in their respective group. And the first one in line, Huntsmen taking on Kazoku Legacy.
Yep, definitely. And you know, as we move along here, I mean, Callie, you did put me on the hot seat for today's schedule as well. I mean, since I was vouching for the game number 3, which is the WPM Lowkings. I mean, I don't know, for SR NACAGUE and ALMGHTY. What about you? What are you eyeing for today's schedule?
Well, I had my predictions done yesterday at Twitter, and you know, I voted for Huntsmen at game number 1, ALMGHTY on at game number 2, WPM Lowkings, because you know they have a recent roster change and they look so mighty as ever. And for that match number 4, I'm looking for BONDEE Boys Club, but we're gonna have to expect the unexpected today, because this might just be the day that we're gonna see some underdogs at Warden.
I mean, I did say, you know, it's a new day. I mean, it's a new day, it's a new year, and it might be a new profile as well for these players. And in terms of roster changes, you know, ALMGHTY, Irfan J has been fiddling around in the community, teasing that, you know, most have probably have joined the squad of Omega or Blacklist, but you know, since he is sticking to ALMGHTY, in which we all know ALMGHTY is still going to be the ALMGHTY we know, there's not going to be any changes whatsoever. I mean, they are, I mean, out of all the old talents we have here for the Garena Master Series, ALMGHTY is the only squad that didn't really face any lineup changes, unlike the WPM Lowkings and the BONDEE Boys Club.
At some point, you're just going to have to think what's going to be the ceiling for ALMGHTY, because, you know, this is a team that has managed to win the Garena Stage 4 regional qualifiers and, of course, the CDFI, but failed to actually stand their ground on the grandest of stage of the COD Mobile esports scene, which is the World Championship Finals 2022, which was held last year, December, and they weren't really able to put in the playoffs. But that's going to be a topic of discussion later on. But now we're going to be seeing the first match in line, Warden. Let's talk about the Huntsmen. You know, they got the 2 missing pieces that they would absolutely need right now in this game. They added Wadu and Concept from Sem9. So talk about the addition of these 2 and the firepower that's going to give this team.
You know, we can always talk about how Wadi was able to perform big time, especially on the, you know, on the community tournaments there on the Philippine scene. I mean, that's just about it for Wadi. I mean, he's always going to be one of those consistent role players that you would want to have for your team. But for the side of Concept, he is arguably one of the most impactful players for the set of Sem9, and which we all know Sem9 did disband and the organization left out the scene of Call of Duty Mobile. It's nice that, you know, the remaining talents of Sem9 will not be put to waste, hence Concept playing for Huntsmen.
And there we go. Now we're looking at the lineup of Kazoku Legacy. They got DNA, Michi, Type, Clayao, and Sin, and the core players. That's going to be DNA, Type, and Clayao. They showed a lot of promises last year at Garena Master Season 3 on that group stage, where they were almost 1 map away from playing at the LAN event, if not for one slight mishap where DNA somehow had some trouble winning his gunfights. But again, as you said last time, as you said earlier, today is a new year, and for sure this team will be looking slightly different because they also had new roster changes. So they got Michi and Sin as part of the crew now, and maybe the improvements from the core players are going to benefit this team against Huntsmen. But it's going to be very, very tough, Warden. It has to be very good. It's good that they have this roster change, but it's gonna depend on their performance in the coming maps and modes that we're gonna have. So here it is, Huntsmen and Kazoku Legacy. They will be banning Hacienda and Summit, and they'll also ban the Purifier and the Spiral. So your favorite Gravity Vortex is part of the operator skills that can be used.
Well, this is gonna be pretty interesting here, but I'm loving how the Purifier and Sparrow is really out of the equation there, and having the Gravity Vortex in a map like Hardpoint Slums is something that could be worthy of a topic here, no? And there's a lot of chokeholds, a lot of points that you can really properly utilize that one up. So moving along here for Hardpoint, we are going to be indeed moving over to Slums. For Search and Destroy, Classical Firing Range will be the map of choice, and for Control, going to be Raid here, Gally.
Control Raid, I think that's where, the Gravity Vortex can come in and control the crowd, especially when you are down in numbers in certain spots in these maps. And so having it perfectly timed is going to benefit your team, not only for you to stay alive, but of course buy some team some time to reinforce. And now the game's about to ready to go, and this would be going in at Hardpoint Slums. So it's a medium range map, and it's just gonna be a bloodbath here. First Hardpoint, obviously, typically is gonna be mostly contested, but as soon as we move into those P2 to P4, it's where you're gonna need this spawns in your favor, man.
Definitely. I mean, overall, I'm loving the take here for Slums. I mean, throughout the months, it grew a little bit more love here in the competitive scene. So for teams to force this very map, you can really expect the best out of this. And if ever you can get, good power positions, good control, especially if you know how to define yourself in one sector of each and every hard point, till then you are going to be able to rack up those points on this map itself. So let's just see who can have those better perimeting players and also anchors, Cali. I'm really eyeing for those.
Yeah, obviously, that could be DNA here for Kazoku Legacy, and that could be Wadu for the side of Huntsmen. But we never know, they might have some changes in their strategies coming into this day as they prepare for their first match of the season. And obviously, speaking, are we going to see that SKS? Because, yesterday we saw Smart Omega use that, and they were able to dominate to the point where Idra was called Idrazin at the end of the match at Hardpoint because he was just killing it out there. And it just goes to show the value of that SKS on the long-range maps and how it can impact when you're trying to control lanes.
Idra bagged that good old 40, good old 40k on Hardpoint, which actually he is the leading scorer now here, Cali. He has broken the record for the most kills in Hardpoint so far in this Garena Masters 4 Resurgence. So let's just see if ever, the teams here in this very day would have adapted to that takeaway right here. Now, I did mention actually as well in terms of the lineup changes, I did fail to mention on the Huntsmen. So, let's just eye for those two core players coming in, Wadu in Concept, how much impact they can put up on this very day.
Obviously, right, Concept, he's very known for his days when he was playing for Sem9. They were one of the top teams from CGI, where it was a great part of their stint at the playoffs. And having him back here, it's great to see him because, that's every help that this Malaysian squad needs. A player that can step up and support you whenever the team needs you the most is going to be very useful. But now that we do see some changes here as well, the merger of the PH and the MY region, we got two players from the Philippines, by the way, which is Vanlu and Wadu. Wadu being the team's most recent acquisition after dropping off Crush in the off season. And well, I think watching and looking at the qualifiers, he's a solid player. He's got some good statistics, always on that positive KD when they were able to qualify at this stage. And we might be able to see him create a big impact here this season.
Definitely. And, in terms of the storyline here for the side of the Huntsmen as well, since they do have one player from the side of Sem9, there was always the constant rivalry in between Sem9 and the West Point Mambo Lowkings back in the early stages of last year. Having them compose this whole team could really be a very chaotic fireball that the West Point Mambo Lowkings might face later on the playoffs. But now we move in here on this game number 1, Cali. We are finally starting now on this Hardpoint of Slums. Take it away.
I mean, let's just say this, Huntsman, I love this acquisition. You got Concept actually not playing at this Hardpoint, but you still have him as a backup, as a substitute. And this is the point where you're going to see the Huntsman needs this PH players. We know Derp and Zen, they are good at playing range, but they lack the players that can open things up for them. And I know for sure Van Lu and Wadu can do that for this team. But as we open up this Hardpoint, you're going to see some attacks coming in through from Sin, who's in a 5 in a row right now. Great start, Warden.
Great start for them, but a little bit more influencer inside of Hill will be found over right there. But looking like we might actually be granted a reset for this one. So we are back here, guys. But I mean, overall, just looking at that whole energy on that first run, Sin was able to pop off and was able to enter himself into that round with a quick 5 piece, hence giving them that early clearance for the parameter.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna have to talk about the team's possible attacks in here with their gun composition, and we know for sure Sin has that Krieg 6, and he's utilizing the range to his advantage because we know how much damage that Krieg 6 can offer on that long range, and having to fully utilize that, getting those first 5 kills, they were able to manage to get those first 10 points, and of course got the lead back. But now here we are back in track now for the second hard point right in time. Kazoku will be having the hard point in their favor, while Huntsmen will have the spawns. Gods of RNG favoring this team, and Kazoku needs to stand their ground.
And exactly your point there about WPM, you know, securing the parameter for the hill, and so far he did play a big role in terms of anchoring for a moment or so, just securing the spawns for them. And it might just not lean for them no more, as once again, Kazoku Legacy will get a break inside a hill, and they do get the power positions rightfully for them. But there's only 18 seconds left on the clock to play with here, and looking like the Huntsmen are looking to settle for new.
Yeah, Kazoku Legacy, great play here at the attacks. They fillet it at tooth to the nail, and as you see here right now, they're gonna have the initial lead, 29-51, as we move into this pre-3 hard point, where they're gonna drop the Predator missile, and hopefully they're gonna cancel out the attack from the fountains, and that takes it away. Huntsman now has to supply back their numbers in the fountains, and Kazoku, they got 2 players ganging up and trying to attack that, but they're gonna fail the first few oppositions, and Huntsmen now finally getting some traction in their hands, and they are scoring the time in the hill.
Great priorities for the set of Kazoku Legacy, but unfortunately for them, player 1 from the set of the Huntsman, it's going to be Zen, and also ALMGHTY just anchoring from the back ends, securing the laundry street, and ensuring that the spawns will not be granted for the set of Kazoku Legacy. Until then, only 5 more points away, they can even things up. While on the process, actually, Kazoku Legacy, they get what they wanted. They get the spawns now. Huntsman, they need to hang on for dear life.
A great timing there with that operator skill from Michi, able to tally out some players outside there in that hard point. Huntsmen still managing to get most of the time inside of this hill. I mean, this is what you are gonna get when you decide to push for that spawns and not have, you know, some players attacking inside of that hard point. Kazoku Legacy was attacking one dimension, and that led to Huntsmen just overcoming them with his numbers inside of that hill. And there it is, 68-67. We're down to a nail. It's just a 1-point lead coming through P4, and Huntsmen, they got the hard point in their favor, and also the spawns, but that soon will be taken away by number 1 in yellow, and that's going to be very crucial for them to break this hill.
You can just see how much impact the SKS plays in this very run on this competitive scene here. Derp already on 18 kills, really hunching his back here, carrying the squad of the Huntsmen. And as we can see now, that P3 earlier actually as well, Kali, who was able to really take the spawns out away from Kazoku Legacy. Approaching here all the way down to the P4, it's translating big time, but it's going to be the storyline here for the Super Soakers. Van Lu inside a hill, might be able to find a 2-piece as well. He denies the play, he denies the wave from Kazoku Legacy, and the lead just gets wider and wider here, man.
He's just on 6 in a row now, and he's just on fire inside of that hard point. No one can stop him right now with that CBR4. And Huntsmen, they are on a kill streak. And of course, they are also claiming the time in this P3 to P4. That was crucial. They were able to chain those 2 hills, and now they are about a 60-point lead coming into this reset of the hard point. We know Kazoku, they had a great start. They had the first hard point and the second hard point as well, but they gotta be slightly a bit more consistent in terms of finding out the way they attack this game, because right now Huntsman is reading them.
You know, I love the fact that, you know, the Huntsmen are able to really break that heat and break the momentum all the way down to P3, with Derp investing that Annihilator was able to slow down big time there for the set of Kazoku Legacy, and it really translated there all the way down to P4 as well. Once you get the power positions, once you get a very solidified Huntsman, it's really hard to find a break inside a hill. And clearly here, till now, the momentum is still shifted down for the set of the Huntsman. All around the parameter, it's just to be painted in blue. While on the process, Kazoku Legacy is trying to offer a pinch, and it might work out for a moment or so when they actually do.
And they actually do. Not only do they get the hill here in the final 20 seconds, but they also have number 1 in DNA setting up for the next hardpoint rotation, which is going to be key for this comeback. That's they're trying to make sure it's going to be possible. Clay Howe finds a double, open things up in that mid-map, and of course anticipate these players from not getting the hard point objective time. But as soon as he gets taken down, his team is perfectly set up at this next hill. They just got to make sure they stand their ground, which they do so on the last hill. But when you have Huntsmen just throwing their guns at you, it's going to be quite overwhelming, and now they're going to have to stand their ground.
Good effort here from the side of the Huntsmen, wrapping around to the back alley, trying to get the spawns out away from the side of the Kazoku Legacy. And they absolutely do. Player 4 now spawning. That's going to be by the courtesy of Derp as well, but he doesn't last for so long as well. So Kazoku Legacy, they stand quite strongly here. They did learn from their mistake on the first run here for P2, getting that early rotation, securing the points. And it's only going to take them one money hill Cali to bounce back and try to even things up against the Huntsmen.
Oh, here comes the big guns, Orden. They have invested 2 operator skills, and Huntsmen now throwing in for the flood, and Kazoku had nothing to do with that. They just completely get obliterated, decimated. You name every ED in there, and there it is. Huntsmen finally getting that final 15 seconds, and that's going to be great time for them as they're much closer to the end goal compared to Kazoku Legacy, who's still trying to figure things out. They still don't have an answer for Derp's range, and of course, the impact that Vanlu has inside of that hard point. It's the long range plus the close range. It's such a tough battle.
Everyone is just doing their job so well here for the side of the Huntsmen. Beat instead of hill or around the parameter, they get it well done. And this is the second time in a row that we're going to be seeing the Huntsmen win the rotations here for P3, and it's transversing and transforming and converting into big money time inside as hill. And Derp is still on a spree, on a 5-combo spree here all the way down to his laundries. Until then, he has successfully defined the spawns here for the side of Kazoku Legacy, and that is down to Narnia.
Yeah, they are just locking things down here against Kazoku Legacy. The range is just locked in for Alpharis 1, the close range, and Legacy can just seem to break when you got Derp Zin inside of the hard point. I mean, 33 bomb on this dude, and he's playing the objective time as well, supporting his squad before they make their reinforcement come through, coming through the graveyards. And Kazoku Legacy, I mean, they have the spawns, Warden, but they're not putting players inside of that hard point.
And it's crazy how the viability of the SKS is so well recommended here for the map of Slums. Idra was able to pop off at SKS as well here on this very map, and it clearly shows that it's just one of those weapons that you're just going to be eyeing out for. So as we move along here for P3, it's only going to be the scrap time handed for the set of Kazoku Legacy, while in the process, the Huntsmen already well solidified here for P4.
I mean, Time just doing an absolute job going in for the slay. And also for Michi, who has got a 30 bomb in here right now. And if this is the start of the comeback. If you want to come back, you gotta get this P4. And Michi's gonna be the front man inside of this hill. But unfortunately for him, Wade is gonna be there to take him down. And the stacks are gonna be cashed in here for Huntsmen. But Kazoku Legacy, with enough resilience and grit, they will be able to manage to get inside of the hard point. And Type's gonna go in, route around the map, and find some initial kills that this team needs to kind of just reduce that lead down to single digits.
I mean, a comeback is well so possible here, but it has to start now, and they can't afford to leave the scrap time uncontested for them. But unfortunately for them, nowhere to be found. It's just going to be Derp securing the parameter here with Annihilator, has his 2Ps, might be granted some more as well. But looking like Kazoku Legacy is trying to define themselves all the way down to P1 already, but Derp is still on the prowl, still on the lead. 41 kills already, Cali. We're going to be coming on to the 3 resets.
And that's the most points now that a player accumulates in the hard point. Is that score and kill that would be growing as we see the game continue to go in. Third reset now opening up. Just 18 more points for Huntsmen to take this game away. But Kazoku Legacy, they just won't go. They break the hard point, but they're going to have to make sure that they stand their ground because a pinch coming through right now for Huntsmen. And Derp's going to lead the pack with that SKS. It's just tearing things apart. And there it goes. SKS. It's the supremacy right now. 15 points for the win for Huntsmen.
I mean, and it's just going to be it. I mean, one last push here for the set of Kazoku Legacy, hoping that they could really put the influence inside the hill, because if not, the Huntsman is long to finish off this game. They get the break or so. Player 5, Derp, will get shut down as well, and we might be able to see a continuation here for P2, but there's still 20 seconds to go, and the Huntsman is still longing to end off this game. Another pinch will come in. Zen, overall, Derp as well. One last player to sweep out, and that might be game.
They have to go inside, but Huntsmen just stacking the bounties inside of the hill, and there it goes. Huntsmen taking home map number 1, 250 to 170 something. And you know, the proper positioning led to that win, man. As soon as they got the P3 to P4 hardpoint respawn, it was just steamrolled. It just steamrolled. Derp just made light work of the players in that long range. Vanlu and Wadu dropping in the bombs in the close range and doing time inside that hill. A perfect run for the Huntsmen squad.
Once they're without that Annihilator on the first run for P3, the lead just got wider and wider right there for the side of the Huntsmen. And appreciation as well for the side of Van Lu and the rest of the squad. I mean, each and every player here from the side of the Huntsmen, from Alfred, Derv, Van Lu, Zen, and Wadu, they did their job absolutely well done. You can't get a dominating win if not every player is doing their job well.
Absolutely right. And it seems like they're gonna drop Alfari to maybe replace him with Concept on this Search and Destroy. And if not, that's going to be one of the smartest thing to do, because Concept is one of the smartest players that Sem9 had on their roster. And with him here, that's going to be, oh no, I just said it, he's here. And he's gonna be rocking the RSG. Wow, I love this. Okay. I love this. I love this. I love this. But again, just a victory for Huntsmen. This is a first win. And maybe let's talk more about Kazoku Legacy. Man, they had a fighting chance. An impressive start. First and second hard point, Sin was popping off, Type and Michi was tearing it down, but they focus so much on the hard point spawn that they forget that they have to play the objective time, and I think that gives away their chance of winning that hard point slums.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I think, one thing that they got to do, honestly, is just play around the hill just a little bit more tighter, just like how the Huntsmen played it one out. I mean, in terms of bagging out those eliminations, there absolutely no question. They are so well capable to doing that one out. I mean, around the perimeter, I think you really just got to hand it down to the Huntsmen, especially with Derp securing the one out with an SKS. It's just so dominant in terms of rocking that show. So having more players just dominate the hill throughout, that could have been a different storyline here for this matchup in Hardpoint Slum Scout.
I don't know if this is scripted or not, but Vanlu and Wadu has the same profile picture and they have the same time in objective hill. 2 minutes and 38 for both of them. I think they're the twins. They're twins. The only thing that was different was the deaths and the assists. But kudos to Huntsman, man. That really is the double trouble. The PHT, these Philippine players, I tell you, they are so great at playing that objective, and that's what Huntsman needed since the start of Garena Masters season. And well, that's going to be the first match. Slums will be taken away by Huntsmen, 250 to 173. Now we're going into Search and Destroy firing range, where things get slowed down, and this is where you have to respect Derp's range. By the way, he was nasty with that SKS, and for sure it's gonna be very devastating when he rocks that sniper later on.
Definitely. Now, I mean, for S&D here, since we were slightly on the topic about Kazoku Legacy, having DNA, the Eep, and Kalehao with their previous run for the Garena Masters 3 under CKG Legacy, they didn't really have the most promising Search and Destroy as well. I mean, they did get a victory on standoff, but it all went down to the wire, which they did win 6-7. So S&D is not really going to be their forte as well. And coming in, I mean, this is a new year here, and one thing for sure, if they want to prove something different here for this Garena Masters, is that they at least want to put their odds and numbers much better here for their very group here, Gal.
I mean, the takeaway from the weakness of CKG Legacy during that Garena Masters 3 was that they had no sniper. So having no sniper in a long-range map definitely is gonna be a pain in the bottom, but obviously they might have some changes to that. Maybe the players Sin or Michi would be able to supply that sniper for them, and of course provide them that long-range engagement that this team needed in order for them to improve. And an impressive fight against Huntsmen. They really hang in there. In fact, they were able to take the lead in the first 2 hard points in that hard point. But now we're talking about Search and Destroy. Game slow down. You gotta play with your life and you gotta play with your mind. And Huntsmen obviously can dominate you in this long range, but if we do see some surprise, it has to be from Kazoku Legacy's grit and grind. They just won't go away no matter how much you brush them off, Gordon.
Definitely. I mean, you did see the passion that they were showing there for that game of slums. I mean, they could have just let the one slide and give a big leeway for the side of the Huntsmen to seal out that hard point, but they were playing by the heart. They were contesting the hill until they could, man. I mean, for S&D here, since we are also going to be talking about, the topic might revolve around concept as well, and how much impact he can put off here for S&D, as he is looking to be an S&D specialist. And as you did say, one of the smartest players here for Sem9, having him in the Huntsman might be a different storyline out here, man.
Concept, he is a stabilizer. No matter what happens, he's going to be calm, cool, and collected. But let's see, though, how much has he improved since the last time he played? Because it's been a while since we saw this guy play an actual pro match. And here it is, Kazoku Legacy. They will be starting on the defensive side, and I'm curious to see which guy will be the sniper. It seems like it's going to be DNA, so he made the switch to play the sniper during this search and destroy. So that's going to be a huge improvement now, since they have 2 snipers, by the way, which they don't had during Garena Mastery Season 3.
And then that's quite interestingly, it's actually going to be DNA or Taip, in which Taip already is out of the round. Derp with an SKS still rocking it for S&D, putting up great impact here. And that's going to be one less player that they got to worry about in terms of the defense here for Kazoku Legacy.
DNA just trying to spot these players with those wall banks, but that's not going to happen. Huntsmen slowly, surely getting in deep into that A side, but they still need to secure one more kill. And that could be the point man. That's going to be Zen finding that kill against Clayhow. Sin is still on that mid-map. Is going to find some attacks. Hits Van Lu, drops him like it's hot. And now the attack from Wadu will be there to clean up that trailer. And there it goes. Now a 2v... Never mind, that's a 1v4. Wow, Huntsman just cleared that one fast.
Well, Derp started off the round with an SKS kill, closed it up as well with an SKS as well. And that's going to be quite a clean round for the side of the Huntsmen. Only 1 casualty was granted to them. The rest, it didn't really matter. And that's just going to be them, just playing default, just finding the grasp on the defense of Kazoku Legacy. Until then, they just get those pick-offs one by one and get those leeways and find the proper read and, secure the round there, Cali.
Yeah, Kazoku Legacy, their attack failed when they were attacking that jungle. So now they decided to push off the attack towards mid, and that didn't help at all. Huntsmen now getting their first blood, and Van Lu is leading the pack, and now it's going to spray inside Derp there for the help, and there it is. Another early 2v4, and it just proves the point that Huntsmen, they are ready for the next gunfight, and Derp has just been popping off. Earlier today, he had 43 kills, and now with the double to end round number 2.
5 kills already as we approach into round number 3 here. Derp, this search and destroy was supposedly a storyline that would be revolving around concept and how much he has improved. But Derp has been improving overall from hardpoint to S&D. It's too early to call, but great impact at the start might come a long way here, man.
Yeah, you just have to be consistent now. You got 5 kills. Just gotta get one more pick. Zen with the scope will not be able to take down Type, so that's what this Kazoku Legacy squad needed. But they had to control that mid-map, and Wadu will be there to just kind of mess around Kazoku Legacy's playstyle and strategy. One player will be shot down towards mid, but look at number 4 in concept. And remember, he's got the CBR4 now, making the change. Pushing around enemy lines is going to be one thing to open up this A side.
He still doesn't get spotted. Concept gets spray down from the back and saves in under his name. But Clayhow gets to respond as well. A trade will come in. But the ground's now evened up 2v2. DNA looking for another opportunity, but it's not really granted. 1 minute and 5 seconds to play with here, but a very tactless decision from Wadu will cost him his life. He does get shut down, but Van Lu once again gets the quick trade-off. It's now a 1v1 situation here with 1 minute to play with.
Okay, here we go. The first 1v1 of this series and this matchup. Van Lu, he's got the gun. We know he's impactful in terms of that long range and of course in that close range engagements as well. He's also got the bomb, so he can lead this defender anywhere on the map. And right now he's lenient and pushing the bomb at the B side. 36 seconds left. He's gonna swing around this tunnel. Not gonna spot the player. Looking to plant that bomb. That's the main objective. And DNA just waiting for the perfect time to attack.
Rotation is not too far apart as well. So Van Lu, him planting the bomb, general location identified now. It's just all up to him to put himself in a very ratty situation. Till then, he might have the upper edge here. 2 kills. DNA hasn't really been able to put up the impact. If you want to put up the impact now, it has to be now. But unfortunately for him, Van Lu just wants to shut him down, securing the third round as well for the side of the Huntsmen.
A perfectly timed attack there. planted that bomb when DNA wasn't really aware that the player is on that B side. So great reads for Huntsmen for the first 3 rounds. I mean, we got to talk about concept on that play, man. It was a 2v4. He then managed to sneak past through that B side, wrap around the tunnels to get the first 2 kills and opener around this A side to open things up for Huntsmen, and the rest was just converted to a victory. Now for Kazoku Legacy, that round number 3 was impressive. Type had the first two kills, and it's just that they weren't really able to follow up and finish the game. So now they're looking to play a little bit more slower compared to what they've had for this first 3 rounds, which is nice because we're seeing some adjustments made all throughout this game.
The defense for the side of Kazoku Legacy is just letting go of the A-bomb side. And I think that's one good responsement that they had in terms of the miscommunication, because Clayhouse was playing around Steel, and he was supposedly the guy that was going to be looking for the information if ever anyone was wrapping around. Hence, he didn't. I mean, that's why exactly how Concept was able to get the 2-piece. So for them to just staying out and just waiting out the aggression here for the set of the Huntsmen, it's surely paying off, as now they do get the first pick off. Wadu out, and no trade-off whatsoever for the set of the Huntsmen.
A very important kill there from Tape to get this team that man advantage. That's the first time that's the second time that they draw first blood here. Now they just have to convert that into a round win victory. But that's not gonna be that easy, especially when you still have Van Leeuwen, Concept, and Derp inside of the game. But now at least they're making some lineup attacks, and now here comes the strat. DNA pushing towards that mid-map, and now they're just gonna line it through and convert that to a win. And Kazoku Legacy takes round number 4. And I love the take. You know, they slowed it down. They played for the A take, and it was successful.
The problem about that round there for the Huntsmen is that when Kazoku's Legacy slowed down, they slowed down as well. Played by the pace of Kazoku Legacy. That's quick translation for them. I mean, they have the capabilities to just barge in inside the bomb site and go guns blazing hot. I mean, they've been quite consistent in terms of the gunfights, so I think they are leaning towards more of an aggressive nature here for this round number 5, as we do see Derp already pushed up here on P1.
Oh, DNA spots one player. That's just an easy kill for him, but he's gonna get caught in the act by one of the brothers. The Panda brothers, you know, they always find a way to make things interesting in this matchup. Now, the first bloods are going to be exchanged, but no one really has control of the game as of the moment. The bomb is gonna be pushed in around these A side, and Type will be able to manage to sneak past Zen and get that attack to go. And Kazoku Legacy now slowly finding their rhythm, and I just hope that they keep it up.
Okay, keep it up. Bomb
number 4, Concept.
Oh my days, it still happens. Concept gets away with one. Can he find another one as well? But Clayhouse shuts him down finally. But the Derp having that one planted. Time. No, it's not actually planted. Still a 1v3 situation. Time of the factor still leading for the set of Kazoku Legacy as well. And he is playing around the white warehouse, just looking for the perfect timing here up against the CBR4. Not much you can do. Finally, Kazoku Legacy gets another round, slowing things up. 1 more to go to even things up.
A great job, by the way, adjusting to the pace of Huntsmen. They know that they can't keep up with these close-range engagements on that first 3 rounds, so what did they do? They played through Tape, who currently has 7 kills in the game right now, to possibly tie this in this current round. Final round of their defensive side. And looks like Huntsmen are trying to find some changes in their attacks. A has not been working, so now they're trying to push B. And Zen is going to be there to actually be the front man with that Locust Sniper. And that's not going to be good. And they're still not deciding whether they would like to attack B. And Zen now gets the first blood. DNA shot down. There we go. We have a 4v5.
4v5. No trade-offs whatsoever. And coming again. And still Zen is still looking for a lot more opportunities around this mid lane. I mean, with Kazoku Legacy playing such a default format here for defense, you just hope to bag that, you know, they don't get picked off 1 by 1, and that's exactly the intentions now for the set of the Huntsmen. But a very change of pace here will come in on towards this B bomb site. They get the last B player here around the parameter, and that's to be a clearance for them to might as well get the bomb planted as well. But after the rotations, Clayhouse already watching the cross. Same goes for the set of Tape as well, but it's going to be a 2v4 as they approach this retake.
Yeah, bomb down, 40 seconds. Concept is the guy you want to take down, but Clayhouse getting shot down. Tape now has to play a 1v4. Finding this route is going to get a little bit tricky, especially when Concept is on the right hand and he hears that slide. And there it goes. Concept just staring this team down, up, front, back, left, right, center. This guy's just everywhere. He's got 8 kills in the game right now, and we talk about him and he's showing up.
I mean, the first 2 rounds, I was talking about Derp being such an improvement here, and we did tease that Concept was supposed to be a player that we should be watching out here for S&D. He's absolutely the player right now. But as we approach here for this half, Huntsmen going quite aggressive on his A-long, and it didn't really work out. I mean, the casualty didn't really side for them, but as Derp evened things up, taking down DNA out of the round, it's now going to be a 3v3 situation with a clearance on this B-bomb site for the side of Kazoku Legacy.
And now Derp is just fighting for that #1 spot in the frags, but he's also trying to figure out what opening can he give his team. And that one shot from Michi with the headshot is just more than enough, and he finds a worm on the ground and he hits it. There it goes. Just 2-man getting outplayed by 1-man. Derp just putting this into a show match or a light. Oh, I don't know. It's a highlight reel for this guy. Huntsman now has a 3-round lead.
We switch the spotlight to Concept. Derp pops off.
He's jealous. He's jealous. It has to be jealousy, man. It's jealousy.
It's crazy, man. It's crazy. It might as well be a Derp highlight reel for this one here for S&D. But as we move along, I mean, I don't exactly know what can Kazoku Legacy do. I mean, whatever projections you got to do, you have to win those gunfights. And what can you do up against a heated up Derp?
Well, you saw it. The accuracy was just on point. That headshot, it takes great skills to actually aim and, of course, convert those type of angles. And Derp has been putting off the work. He's got that blue eyes on his profile picture as well. Kazoku, they are fighting against the ego of Derp, man.
In this search and destroy against the Huntsmen, there's 2 factors that you got to worry about. The distance, gonna be Derp. Lurking, Concept. That's more than enough factors for Kazoku Legacy to worry about. As Derp is out of the round, that's one factor that they got to worry about. The only player that they got to worry about here for this B-bombs as well is going to be Vanlu and player 3 Wadu. And if ever they do get this opening, this might be a round for them, but they got to move in quick. Only 15 seconds to play around with.
Yeah, Kazoku, they just have to stick to this play right now. They don't have to commit to such errors. They got to play for trades they can do. They have 1 life count advantage, but Huntsmen, this just gives it away. They got baited that the players might push towards, and I love that smoke for Kazoku Legacy because it definitely gave them the chance to open things up at this B side, and now Vanlo has to create a play. He finds one against Sin. The bomb now planted, 45 seconds left, a 4v3. And if anything, Huntsman knows how to retaliate. They know how to come back in such deficits, and now they're trying to push smoke down. They're trying to get in hot inside, and now Zen follows up with a huge 2 kills. Vanlu there for the proud type gets to survive, but Zen cleans it up, and with that 3 Ps, it's just on. 23 seconds left. DNA, he's got that CBR4, but with Zen here just smoking with the pistol, he's gonna convert that, and he's gonna score 4 kills in this round, gets the defuse as well, and that put Huntsman in that match point.
I was questioning who's gonna be able to make the play for the side with the Huntsman. I mean, the first retake situation here, all to that B bomb side, was handed to Derp. Zen stepped up with the Locust, finding those first 3 kills and securing the last and final one with a 50 GS. Absolutely gets it well done. And as you did said, it's going to be the match point advantage now for the side of the Huntsman. Kazoku Legacy, they had a stellar run on the first few halves, but now, really in offense, it's not their forte.
Yeah, well, Concept just lurking, gets shot down by Michi. Now someone's pulling up with the SKS, and it's working. Currently a 4v3, but if anything, Huntsman has managed to find a way to make sure they overcome the odds. And there it goes, Wadu just being an annoyer. Wadu drops 2 players there, and they clean it up successfully. Huntsman wins round number 9 to go up 2-0 in the lead.
Zen with a finishing blow. Overall, it's just going to be the same storyline and the same factual statement here, Cali, is that each and every player from the side of the Huntsman, they absolutely know what they got to do. Everyone is playing at their roles. Everyone is slaying. Who needs to slay, they get it well done. Who needs to secure the parameter, they get it well done as well. And that's just a very unfortunate thing for the side of Kazoku Legacy. I mean, coming again, I was so close to bringing up the fact that having SRs for the side of Kazoku Legacy made such a big impact, especially in the first half. But as soon as we move over to the latter stage of the competition, we saw how much struggle Kazoku Legacy faced.
And the struggle was when Huntsman was actually trying to find ways to adapt to the situation that they had. Numerous 4v5s, numerous 3v2s, and yet they managed to win and ended up with the series. They basically won the series, but you're playing for points in here, right? So they're currently 2-0. We're still going to play that control later on. But looking at the post-game breakdown, Concept was just on point on the first half, and Zen on the second half just turned it up and made sure that Kazoku Legacy will not have any comebacks in their mind.
I mean, it's really a tough call here if Kazoku Legacy is going to be pushing through a line for a comeback here, because I mean, every time I look at control here, Cali, it's always going to be a hybrid of S&D or hardpoint now, and every factor is just so well laid down for the side of the Huntsmen. Getting those impact frags around the parameter, getting those slays overall as well. They have no problems in terms of putting that one up on the board. For the side of Kazoku Legacy, there's a lot of factors that they gotta touch up on, getting those slays, getting those impact frags, getting those hill time as well, and overall putting up a better run in their with their lives. I mean, there's no significant player here from the side of Kazoku Legacy that is able to put up a scratch and break the fad. Yes, for sure, for a round it might be a different storyline, like let's say for the side of the Eep on that sniper for that third round, but the rest, it's not really right there, Cali, and hoping we can see more, especially as we still have one more game for the series here, and that's going to be on control raid.
Oh, we will definitely see more from this team. In fact, this Kazoku Legacy squad, they get better over time. The longer that they play a season, the better that they get, And it's just a promising Singaporean young squads here that we definitely have. And the only thing that really lacked from this game was that they weren't really able to keep up with the adapting ability of Huntsmen. And that's something that they have to worry about in this coming game in Control. And it's going to be happening at Control Raid, and this is one of the saving grace for this squad. Kazoku Legacy, every map that they won in Garena Master Season 3 was in a raid map. It doesn't matter if it's a hard point or a search and destroy or a control game mode, they just win it because it's one of their better maps, and it's one of their mastered maps that they obviously love to play at.
Yeah, I mean, I hope so, man. I mean, you can't really... I mean, for the side of the Huntsmen, this is just them having one more factor to smile about. That's going to be them putting up a much better take for their very group. I mean, with them having being in the same line with Blacklist, International Ultimate, and DIVINUS, that's really them having a secure ticket to the playoffs. But as soon as we move over to Raid, yes, for sure, Kazoku Legacy, this is my takeaway right here. I mean, Derp, you got to talk about Derp quite a lot here, man. Raid, and then SKS, having this one transfused into one equation, aka the Huntsman. I think, yes, for sure, Kazoku Legacy might have a better run here in terms of the accolades for Raid. But overall, the energy, what I'm feeling here is so excited for the side of the Huntsman here, Cali.
Yeah, Huntsman is going to be picking the side here for this map. So they're picking the special force space. So that means they're going to have the defensive side. And automatically that gives the boy Derp obviously the advantage here. Top laundries, you got the money room control, and that's basically what you need for your SKS player. And he knows what he does here. The control is definitely not their main thing, but just by looking at the first two games that they had, they're definitely on a roll.
Definitely on the roll here. So, will it be a donut? I mean, do you love yourself some early desserts, Cali? I don't know if you do, but I mean, I've been craving for some, good old honey glazed donuts, and that might be a well possible thing to happen for this run here. And keep in mind, guys, this is only the first matchup here, quite tensified. I mean, we did put up a little bit more of an expectation here for Kazoku Legacy, but let's give them some slacks. It's the new start of the competitive scene for Call of Duty Mobile, and we might just expect a better Kazoku Legacy as the tournament progresses.
Yeah, it's just the first day. Everybody has rough first days. Even I had a rough first day during my first time casting in Garena Master Season 1, and it's fine. It's perfectly normal that you have one rough game, but you just need to make sure that you bounce back right after. And the coming map up next is a chance for Kazoku Legacy to take one map away from the boys of Huntsmen. But then again, they have to make sure that they remain consistent. We've seen it over time at this hard point where they were able to control the initial part of the game, but at the end, it was always the Huntsmen always getting the close out of the game. And now as we hop in through, here we go, Warden. Huntsman Derp. How many kills do you think he's gonna have right after this game? Because we know he had 43 on that hard point, 10 kills on that S&D. What do you think?
I'm expecting like 21, man.
21?
21 kills. 21 kills in control. Not so unlikely, especially for the one and only Derp. But now, here we go. It's up. It's time for us to fly on this game number 3. Coming in now, quick recap. First game 1 over by the side of the Huntsmen. Same goes for the side of game number 2. Can Kazoku Legacy break the heat, or can just the Huntsmen serve a donut for this very first matchup? Callie, take it away.
Yeah, a full force attack here by Kazoku Legacy here at this mid map that automatically gives them the chance to force that push here at this B side. Now number 5 in yellow, that's going to be Clayhell now moving around this top laundry, so automatically they have the power position and they are in line to put the pressure on against Huntsmen in this initial round. They take the first segment of B, and as they try to go through that, they will win more gunfights that can supply them more chances of winning this game through elimination. And just the first 30 seconds, but there's a lot of movements being made here by Kazoku Legacy, which we didn't see from them last year.
I mean, their moves here is pretty simultaneous here, man. Getting a top laundries, getting the influence on that B control point, which actually is not so happening here no more here, Callie. And this is the same curse that they serve there on hard point. Getting the parameter, they started to neglect the hill time on the objective, and that's clearly being shown here. But looking at their personality now and looking at what kind of nature they want to put through, I think they want to play by the KDs here, man.
Oh yeah, of course. That is totally possible for them. But, you know, if you're Kazoku Legacy, you have 27 seconds before you actually have the time to run it down and, of course, lose the game. So right now, they're trying to focus. So that's a great one. They have 3 players stacking up the speed side. So that means that the capture is going to be much faster for them. That's 1 minute now added to them as Huntsmen lost that objective B. Vandu's going to start the second half of this game. And he's going to rock it on along with Derp with that SKS. Currently, he's got 5 in the game. And Huntsmen, they are protecting their spawns, and this is important. Once Kazoku Legacy gets the flood in here, it might just spiral out of control, but Wado there to clean it up.
Good read for the side of the Huntsmen. They slowed down the pace, and Kazoku Legacy fell for their trap. And now, the lead was once so favored for the side of Kazoku Legacy is now on it evening grounds. And now as the Huntsmen will get those, map control ongoing for them for a moment, they were able to take the life count out of the way. But looking at this A control point, it has been untouched here, Callie. And the A control point is absolutely one of the most hardest control point to break into the Call of Duty competitive scene here, man.
I mean, SKS on that money room, it just automatically screams easy kills, man. But for Kazoku Legacy, great job for them to try to slow it down, but Type has to win this gunfight. But what if there's on a 5 spree, just 4 Huntsmen to clean them up on this final 24 seconds. They have to go. But the toughest question here is that can they survive Derp's incredible accuracy so far in this matchup? The guy's just been tearing it all apart ever since the start of this series. And there it goes. He gets flooded, but he still ends up with 1 kill to help this team narrow that lives down. And Huntsman Van Loo gets that final kill.
A great start for the side of Kazoku Legacy, but a very dominant ending there for the side of the Huntsmen. Once the topic was revolving around a control point, Kazoku Legacy didn't have any responses whatsoever. They didn't have any influence, and that's just them, being a bit too complacent in terms of playing around the first half of the first round. So as we move over here to this round number 2, it's time for the offense here to show up for the side of the Huntsmen, and clearly they're not having any problems in terms of putting their names up in this A control point.
They're setting their eyes on this A side again, which you mentioned is the hardest point to control in this control raid. And absolutely just making light work of it right now. Their map control is just on another level, and they're using their operative skills just to make a tiny bit more ingress at this A site. That's going to be Wadu, the only player actually staying alive. 7 in a row. He's currently on a spree. He's spraying it down. He gets 1. He gets the second. On a reload, and his teammate is able to follow up and help him stay alive. So this guy is just on building up that streak. And there it goes. 3 life count lead for Huntsmen. They take this A capture. 2 minutes to attack this B side.
Hardest control point to break. Absolutely got it well done for the set of the Huntsmen. B control point, different storyline. Actually the easiest control point into putting in your name onto this mark, and that's absolutely the intention now being fulfilled. I mean, with 20 lives to be played around here for the set of the Huntsmen, I'm expecting a big zone play here for the set of Kazoku Legacy, and it's clearly not showing as they lose their gunfights. The Huntsmen here feeling themselves up. They absolutely know what they just did, and that's going to be a clearance here on this B control point.
I mean, the thing with that A capture early for Huntsmen is just it automatically gives them the opportunity to, of course, stack their bodies inside of this B control point without worrying about this height advantages that the players might have. So a very crucial piece for them now is to supply the chain, because Kazoku Legacy now are zoning up. They got 2 players on the pillars. Clay Howe will get one before it gets shot down, but DNA with an SKS is gonna be rocking players down with it. But the Preds come true for Wadu, so now it spices up even more. Concept is inside of this point and now only needs a few more seconds to get this one, and it converts the final 2 kills, and that is going to be Huntsmen taking over the offensive side. Match point.
Great opportunities, great priorities being shown from set of the Huntsmen, and it surely caught the chase. They went for that A control point, hence giving them the leeway on that B point as well. With 20 lives to fiddle around with, absolutely more than enough for you to close out the deal there for offense. Round number 3, defense we go. Once again for the set of the Huntsmen, Kazoku Legacy. They had a good run on the first round, especially on the first half for, you know, they take there on the B control point. They just have to polish things up, and maybe till then they can extend the series furthermore.
A bit of a change here made by Kazoku Legacy. This time they are trying to route in 2 angles, divide and conquer. They make part ways between number 1 and DNA to control a segment over B, while Huntsman is busy doing the routes and attack at A. That definitely worked, but it costed them some lives. But it's definitely making some ingress inside of this matchup, Warden.
Oh, because Kazoku Legacy are playing the same cards against the Huntsmen. It's actually working out quite well. A control point already almost halfway through, actually halfway through already. And they also have that influence on that B control point as well. That's going to be putting Huntsmen, I mean, coming in, you know, Kazoku Legacy had this intention to go for a divide and conquer play, and it really worked out. But now they lose the grasp, and I don't exactly know what's going to be the intention now. Player 2 stagnant on the kitchen ends. It's going to be Mitchie for you. Might be struggling to find himself back into the game, and that might be costing them the game, actually, Kelly.
No, he didn't hurt anybody. But number 2 definitely sneak past him. That's Van Lu. And now that Van Lu guy is tearing apart the team in the spawns. And it just snowballed out of here, man. 15 and 12. And it's hard to break the spawns if you are Kazoku Legacy, with Concept holding off this area. And well, good for them for the bait and switch. 1 died, but they have managed to put their players inside of this B control point, which definitely is going to work for them. But Huntsmen, you know, they're bringing in the big guns now, Warden.
Oh, Concept Annihilator. Holding this B parameter might be the dealing factor in how they can win by the KD. Player 4 swings out away from the run, but the trade-off will come in as well. DNA quick to respond, and that's gonna be the B control point said and done. Huntsmen, all they gotta do is play time. They got the number of lives as well. Wait for the pressure to kick in and cut off the rotation. Until then, they can secure this one in a 3-0 manner.
Oh, well, still a very close game, and Concept is here waiting for the players to pop out on the Tiki. 1 live advantage for Huntsmen, make that 2 as they manage to sneak past through it. DNA though popping off for Kazoku Legacy tries to make their way inside of this control spawns that Huntsmen is definitely defending for their dearest of life. While Concept will look to extend, that's going to be checked there. Sin finds 1 Clayhouse double. Huntsmen just managed to find a way to get the final blow, and they take home the first donut of the day. Huntsmen wins 3-0 up against Kazoku Legacy.
GG, well played. Man, oh man. All eyes on the Huntsmen here, man. This is looking to be probably the best, one of the best, if not the best lineup here that we've seen for the side of the Huntsmen. I mean, you know, the Huntsmen was basically a fresh prototype on what a hybrid team can look like in Call of Duty Mobile. And it clearly shows it actually works big time here, man. Having such a dominant win up against Kazoku Legacy is pretty much a big statement here, man.
Yeah, obviously, you know, you got Huntsman, Derp, and Zen being that absolute monster in the long range engagements, then I think these Philippine players that how to play the point and of course get in those close range engagements, it is definitely the perfect formula for them to improve, and it puts their potential to another ceiling, and in fact it might just be even higher to compare to their last their last roster at Garena Masters Season 3. And well, we did talk about your prediction earlier. You said you're gonna have to come up with 21 kills per derp. Well, he was too short away, but damn, that was incredibly close as they take this one away against Kazoku Legacy.
I mean, that's just gonna be derp for you, but I'm gonna talk about Zen as well. He's able to be on par with derp, and with him actually having a little bit more score or points in the score line. That's actually gonna be him playing around the parameter or inside the hill quite a lot. That's going to be a lot of impact frags headed for him. So props to the Huntsmen once again. Just same factor laid out. Gunfights, knowing their roles and what they got to do. They absolutely got the one. Well done. But for the side of Kazoku Legacy, DNA and Clayhow has been one of the most defined one in terms of respawns. But I think one struggle that they got to face and they got to polish up is really consistency, and I think overall controlling their morale as well. I mean, they did have a good run. I mean, a little bit more of a better run on hardpoint on slums, but on the search and destroy they slowed down big time, and it really transferred quite quickly on control as well. They just went downhill ever since S&D Cali.
I mean, they did go downhill, but it doesn't remove the fact that they had shown signs of promises during these matches that we had. Remember, this is the first game, but we saw some glimpse of what they could do in the initial pace of the game. And if they are able to manage, if they are able to improve their ability to close a map, especially that hard point, it's gonna, help this team achieve better than their last appearance. And I'm looking forward to the most for Kazoku Legacy because we know their capabilities now. It's just that they need more refining, and their next match could be useful for them. And I just hope that they're able to put their A game up there. But Huntsmen, props to them as well. Congratulations. They are able to put off a really impressive victory, and a huge step up from Derp made this win possible, Warden.
Yep. I mean, Derp really deserves all of this heat that they're having now with the Huntsmen. I mean, for the longest time, the Huntsmen faced a lot of lineup changes, and for a moment as well, I really felt the frustration of Derp. But he was so resilient, he was so persistent, and he just never gave up. And the Huntsman name still lives on. But I mean, in terms of Kazoku Legacy, actually as well, Cali, I mean, there's gonna be definitely a little bit more time that they can spend after this whole thing. Maybe they could meet up and try to polish things up and go back to the drawing board, because after this day, actually, they are going to be heading straight to their second run for the group stages here, and that's going to be the last matchup for tomorrow, and that's going to be up against DIVINUS as well.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. They are going to have a great chance actually to get that victory, but who knows, right? Who knows? DIVINUS, they had an insane S in the game, and that one could be taken away from them. And Kazoku Legacy just needs to, analyze what went wrong at this game and what went right, and focus on improving. As a matter of fact, we had 4 weeks of gameplays for Garena Masters group stage, so definitely have a lot of time to fix their mistakes in your Warden. And taking a look at the highlights, that first match, I definitely thought that it would go down to a 250 to a 230-ish point win victory over this matchup, but it ended up to Huntsmen just no-balling the first the first P3 and P4, and it ended up with them having that victory with Derp controlling the game.
Definitely. And something about the Huntsmen, they're on hard point. They were just so consistent in terms of setting up those pinches, and that's just them absolutely being able to put up a lot of influence in each and every hard point that gets opened up. But here for Search and Destroy, I mean, it was a good run for the side of Kazoku Legacy, and there was a lot of times where, they might have had the round, but miscommunications happened, especially in the infamous flank there happened by Concept, and he just got away with a 2-piece, hence giving them the odds of the round.
Yeah, obviously, this was the play right here, you know, where Kazoku Legacy was doing hell of a job controlling the map, where they had that gardens locked down. They also have DNA controlling that sculpture. But then Huntsmen just decided to make sure that their attacks are going to be adapting to what their enemy's playstyle is. And it turned out it worked for them because, you know, while Derp is applying the chain and that long-range engagement, Wadu and Vanlu were doing the dirty work in the game. And you got your MVP. It's your boy Derp, 24.33 kills. That's his average, and wow, impressive gameplay for him, Warden.
Yeah, I mean, let us not just, you know, let this one fly through. He is now leading the kills in hardpoint as well, Callie. So this MVP of the game is not just a statement here. He absolutely showed it big time, and he was pretty loud throughout the entire series. May it be hardpoint, controller, search and destroy, the guy knows exactly how to put himself up in the board.
Obviously, right, man. And if you're going to name him, you know, is it going to be a Derp Zera or a Derp Zin? Because, you know, Idra already had Idra Zin yesterday. So, like, if we're going to let the chat maybe determine if Derp is going to be Derp Zera or Derp Zin, guys, let us know in the comment section. But yeah, we're going to be right back through it. First game of the day, done and dusted. First 3-0. And Warden, how are you feeling? You know, we're going in. And we're coming right up next. We're going to have, I believe, is AMT and SR NACAGUE. Potentially, what? Is it going to be another donut for you? Or is it going to be a breadstick at least?
I think it might be a breadstick here. And that's going to be cited for the Almighty, of course. In terms of accolades, they've been more promising. So, really, that's just about it. But before that, we are going to be heading over to an interview session with a player from the set of the Huntsmen. Let's see who is it going to be.
I mean, this game had some insane moments, Warden, and the crazy guy is just joining us live right now, my dude, Derp. How did the series play out for you, man? And, you know, talk to me about that game number 1 in particular. 44 kills. How did that felt?
First of all, hi everyone. Hope you guys are having a good day. Well, the first game, I just felt like I gotta show up. Because I think we weren't supposed to struggle that much. Is I don't wanna look down on what's the name, Kazuko, but
Kazoku Legacy.
Yeah, Legacy. Yeah, but like I know they're a good team, especially Clayhow. I know how talented he is, but I grinded my way. That's how I became there. I was never a fan of the SKS from the first place, but I grinded my way. I grinded the leaderboard. Now I'm number like 13 or something in the leaderboard. But yeah, I want to give props to my team for having my back, and they showed up for me. They support me and made me shine more than what I was supposed to do in that game.
Definitely. I mean, most definitely. I mean, you know, a lot of changes really happened for the Huntsmen here, but I mean, overall, as much as I want to spread out the highlight here, the spotlight for the entirety of the squad, which they absolutely deserved that one out. They were able to perform big time. Every role is panned out, but this is your storyline here, Drip. You were able to dominate basically in each and every mode here. And what made you decide to pick up the SKS?
Inspired by Lucas Zin.
Ooh.
Hey.
Yeah.
Honestly, seeing him in stage 5 made me wonder what I could have been that guy, you know, performing, being the MVP for the team. But I've been in the shadow for quite some time, so I think this is my time to shine.
Oh, well, that's, you know, Lucazine's impact, you know, to the Garena community. And of course, globally as well. I mean, the impact that the gun had. Who knew that the SKS was going to be the meta? Now, last question for you, Derp. Now, you're facing DIVINUS on next Saturday. What will the preparation look like? Because we know it's an important game.
Of course, we're gonna grind hard. We're gonna start making mappings and all. Because it's still a new team. It's still a new roster, so we're still grinding for that chemistry and all the strategies and all. But so far, it's been working out, and I'm happy that we got this 3-0 for today.
Okay. Now, Derp, thank you once again for joining us. Any last words to the fans here?
For those supporting Huntsmen, thank you so much. I know you guys are out there. I love you guys so much. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the love. And I hope to see you guys on next week's game, okay?
Okay, that's it. I mean, Derp, we'll let you go. Thanks for joining us. Man, one of my favorite soldiers. Yeah, there you go. one of my favorite soldiers, picking up their first W as Huntsmen continue to impress or at least entertain on stream, Warden.
Definitely, and he did say that he's been on the shadows, and you can really feel the passion that he wants to put up. He did wish that only if it was he could have been that guy on the stage, on the world stage. So really, we might be able to expect a little bit more kicks here for the set of the Huntsmen. But for now, that's going to be their storyline here, set and done for this very day. We're going to be having a short break. After this, we're going to be heading straight to the next matchup here up against SR NACAGUE and the ALMGHTY. So we'll be right back.
No, we won't be right back, Warden. We're gonna be showing up a pop quiz. I mean, here we go. You're gonna see it. It's the first time. It's okay. Don't worry. It's okay. But here it is. Get a chance to win exclusive crates by taking part on this pop quiz segment. Which team is placed top for SG qualifiers in GM4? Make sure you type in the comment section your answer plus open ID plus hashtag shown on screen. Well, for me, honestly, Warden, definitely it's not Kazoku Legacy. Definitely not, man.
Yep. I mean, I think it's the West Point Mamba Lowkings. I did see them in the Lion City just back then as well. I'm kidding. I might be baffling or not, but sorry guys, I got too excited. I got too excited to what was about to come through for SR NACAGUE and ALMGHTY. Pardon me for this one. But take a guess, guys. Comment down your answer in the comment section down below, and you might have a chance to win a good nifty prize for this one. So finally, we are actually going to be officially now coming into a break. So after this break, we're going to be heading straight to the matchup of SR NACAGUE up against the ALMGHTY. So we'll be right back.
Welcome back to the Caster's headquarters. In it is Cal Gaming and the Warden, and we're gearing up for match number 2 on a 4-match day. Epic Saturday, as we see now, SR NACAGUE taking on ALMGHTY. Well, we know ALMGHTY, 2-time defending Garena regional champs, the first ever champions of the COD Mobile Fall Invitationals 2022. Talk about a big battle here right now for SR NACAGUE, Warden.
I mean, pretty big battle. I mean, this might be leaning towards the David and Goliath story here, but till then, I mean, I'm not going to be neglecting the fact that the talents composed in the SR NACAGUE, aka Old V, as they approach into the qualifiers, and aka the Old Triple V, basically. I mean, that's the meaning of Old V, the Old Triple V players. So, in terms of presence in the Grandmaster Series, there's no question at all. They can absolutely put up their names up in the board. Is that the only question here is that, are they going to be able to be on par and actually push through their group? As we all know as well, they do belong to group of C, and that's going to be under the name of Omega, LF Org, their own team as well, and obviously the ALMGHTY. Are they going to be able to bring themselves into the playoffs? Let's come and find out.
It's hard to qualify in this Group C, where you obviously have a group of death here, Warden. And now we're taking a look at this schedule once again. The first match is coming right up. Next is SR NACAGUE and ALMGHTY. Right after that, we got 2 more matches to go, with WPM Lowkings taking on SHUSHHH later on. And to complete the day, we got BONDEE Boys Club taking on R&D. But now that we are in this, SR NACAGUE, former VVV Esports, of course, a qualified team in the playoffs for Garena Master Season 3, which is a slightly added players in their lineup. You know, they actually have Joshua right now in their lineup, so that means they can play much faster in terms of the pace. And here they have it. They got Owen, Wonder, Mac, Yaku, Joshua, and Chroma. And you know, these guys are the OG players. They have been in the season, they've been in the competition scene for so long. And what could go wrong?
I mean, what could go wrong? Absolutely, might be just them, getting overpowered by the talents of ALMGHTY. But coming in, it's no question if are they going to be able to, get those eliminations, get those takes. It's just all going to come down to what kind of adjustment they can put through on their next few series here on this Garena Masters 4 Cali.
Absolutely right. Yaku is going to be that one player that you would look forward to the most when playing aggressive in the respawn gameplays. But you have to talk about the new added player here, which is absolutely the player on the top right with the glasses. That guy is Joshua, and he formerly played for C8, and everybody was just surprised at how well he did during the Garena Master Season 3, because when he was playing for C8 Esports, everything was just clicking for him in terms of playing with the SMGs. But the team that they're going up against with, not easy feat at all. One of the qualified Garena teams to play for the World Champs last year. They got Jeffro, Heaven, Shut Up, Irfan J, and Incendio representing ALMGHTY.
Hello there, Incendio. Nice to meet you again. And I mean, overall, the lineup here for the set of ALMGHTY isn't any different at all. I mean, a lot of people projected that it's going to be Heaven stepping down to head straight to service for the military for Singapore. Same goes for the side of Irfan J, flying through and going through a different team. And in the competition, he did tease he was gonna go for the Westman Mama Lowkings or Blacklist International, which clearly he was just taunting the community. And for Shut Up and Jeff Pro, there was rumors around that they went to ABC, and it clearly didn't happen. It's just gonna be them, making us question what are the lineups going to be for the set of ALMGHTY, in which they obviously Green Masters 4 responded with. It's just going to be the same old us.
I mean, in a deck of cards, you always have that Joker, right? And for the Joker, it has to be Irfan J. I mean, this guy had multiple streams in his page where, it was supposed to be an AMT Irfan J. That's his page name, right? He changed it to Cursed Irfan J. And somehow every live stream, he ends up with different hashtags. First, it was hashtag break the code. Second was OMG, I'm smart. So what this guy is trying to imply is that they're just keeping this, this roster mania interesting, Warden.
Yeah, quite interesting. So as we move over now to the maps and modes, oh my days. First of all, map ban, slumps and takeoffs. Slumps for the set of ALMGHTY, takeoff for the set of SR NACAGUE. For operators or the specialists, it's gonna be the Sparrow and the Annihilator, actually out of the equation, interestingly.
Oh wow, Purifier open? especially on that Control Summit where AMT's best game mode, yet that's going to be very tough. But that won't really be very useful in terms of playing at Hacienda unless you're at P2 or at P3. Well, let's see how it will go, because we already know how AMT plays this hardpoint Hacienda. In fact, this is one of their better hardpoint maps. And there's a reason why they picked it. They're confident and they know how to just defeat the players here with their unique capabilities. And for SR NACAGUE, it's gonna be a climb for them here, Warden. AMT's best map. AMT's best map.
I'm quite interested to see how this one's gonna pan out. I mean, Hacienda being forced out by ALMGHTY. This could really, this could really go into trouble for the set of SR NACAGUE. But till then, we haven't really seen SR NACAGUE and Hacienda so much in terms of the story in the history line. So I think ALMGHTY might come into this matchup quite empty-handed as well in terms of the information they can get off SR NACAGUE. But as we all know, confidence might be as well be skyrocketing for the set of ALMGHTY. You know, they reached the world stage, and they might have this mentality to just overrun the competition. But till then, we're still gonna respect the talents of SR NACAGUE. They are absolute composed in veterans, man.
There we go, the Sculpture Lion. Lion City represent, you can't help it, but yeah, that's like the main focal point of Singapore, and AMT happened to represent them. And well, here we go. I am forming up a theory in my mind, but I'm gonna say it later. But hardpoint opening up in just a few seconds, and AMT, they are looking to battle for that spawns. For now, they are currently in the defensive side, so they're gonna have to figure out a way to actually not just bully out the players inside of this point, but take away the spawns from SR NACAGUE, moving on to that P2. And for now, they're having a rough time with it, but they still are doing time in the hill.
Really looking to who can really put their foothold on that open hall and also on top red, because that's clearly the side that you really want to put up, especially in terms of you longing for the rotation all for P2. And so far, the first initial take that SR NACAGUE was able to hold it down, but now ALMGHTY looking to respond back, forcing SR NACAGUE to actually spawn in arches.
Interesting take here for AMT, by the way, Warden. I mean, Incendo still holding that Holger 26 after these recent changes that we've had with the Season 1 update. Well, for those of y'all who may not know, Incendo dropped a 50 bomb in Hacienda hardpoint at some point in the world stage, and he was quite impressive with it. It is looking to change that here at this Garena Masters 4. Hardpoint opening up at this P2, and at the garage, this is where the spawn truly gets quite frenzied. You might spawn way behind enemy lines, you might spawn in front of your enemy, and for now, for AMT, they're having a rough time breaking.
And the mastery here for ALMGHTY not really showing for this one. Well-defined push here from the set of SR NACAGUE from P side. And that's actually going to be 3 players, 4 players, 5 players inside the perimeter and inside the hill itself. And that's going to be them forcing ALMGHTY to spawn down to drive away. But IRFNJ wrapping around here. This might be the bane for them to get a break inside the hill.
Oh, IRFNJ, the route around the back is important for them to have a 2-dimensional attack, but that soon would get cut off by SR NACAGUE as they completely shot out AMT on this first 40 seconds. But now you see them slightly pulling up with some attacks, but that won't be actually mattering because of the power positions just hold on to by NCG in this game right now. 18 to 65, final 10 seconds that would be claimed by SR NACAGUE, but they're also moving into this P3. AMT right now off to a slow start.
It's more than just a money hill that ALMGHTY needs now in terms of them to even it up. And in terms of them bagging out money hills, I don't think it's a pretty likely situation, just judging by the energy that NCG is putting off in this very run for hardpoint Hacienda. And absolutely exceeded my expectations already. A lot of investments coming through here for Chroma, securing the parameters, securing the rotations to come in, and that's going to be more than enough time, more than enough leeway for them to get the influence, the first influence inside the hill.
I mean, you just talk about the map control here for SR NACAGUE. That's been the way for them to get this victory over AMT on this first 3 hills.
Wow.
They've changed at P1 to P3 simultaneously, and they just deleted AMT, right? And now they're starting to use their operator skills just to get slightly more impact. But now if you're AMT, Jeff Pro starting to step up real good, and the team now definitely needs to win their gunfights because still 4 players with single-digit kills.
This is absolutely quite shocking to see. I mean, ALMGHTY really falling onto the hands of NCG. But, you know, till then, we're talking about 250 hardpoint here, Cali, and we all know as well that ALMGHTY is not too shabby in terms of, you know, being such a warrior and putting off a comeback. So one money hill might be able to close down the lead to at least 30 points. One more money hill, and that's enough time and enough influence for them to overrun and take the lead. But for now, it's still going to be remaining NCG, still their storyline. They're still on the driver's seat.
This is where the Purifier is basically very useful in that P4 close range engagements where your enemies have a lot of head glitch advantage. You're gonna be able to take them down easily. And now AMT now starting to use their big guns. Their operator skills are absolutely safe for this moment. One good hill could turn the tides around, and Incendio gets his 10th kill for the day, but it's still not enough. They need to climb more, and SR NACAGUE giving them a tough workout right now. Well, for AMT, they are still doing quite well, holding their ground. They got the first 40 seconds, and they're looking to make that as a money hill here.
Looking to get a money hill, and that's absolutely one translation they had to pull up. And I think there's really no question here in terms of is NCG gonna still contest this one up. I mean, the next rotation will be on the way to T1, so really giving Almighty a hard time is their main intention now, and that's gonna be it. I mean, a money hill won by Almighty has now been set it up, but till then the lead is still such a convenient side here for the NCG. Around 60 more points to chase up and touch up upon here for Almighty, for them to bounce back and even things up against NCG.
I think the reason why AMT is having a rough time inside this game is with their gun composition. 3 players are using that SMG in a long-range map. Well, I mean, they're exactly so well off in terms of playing in this close-range gunfights, but you're gonna have to eventually take these players down to the long range, in which NCG or NACAGUE is doing very well. Chroma, Joshua, and Wonder, Owen, both having those ARs to lock things down to that mid-range. Definitely working out for the squad right now as they have a doubled lead here.
I mean, the only player that's rocking an SMG is going to be Yaku, and that's him actually playing around the hill and playing around the hallway here, especially for the speed 1. And he's absolutely been the vein as well, securing those kills up in the board. 21 kills, might be able to find a 22nd as well. If he swings to the right, we'll get the spray down on towards Incendio. One more player to worry about around the perimeter, and that's going to be heaven for you off the rotation here. He might be able to get the cut off as well, and he absolutely does, and he still continues here, Cali.
It looks like a tough battle for NCG, but they're making life work of AMT right now. Here is the tough part for AMT. NCG, they have 4 score streaks available, and they also have 3 score streaks, operator skills that is available for them to use to maybe bully this team out. But right now AMT showing some signs of life, which is very promising, as they do have control of the initial hard point. First 20 seconds going to be locked down by them, but not going to be enough. They got to do more.
Oh, it's so crazy how dominant for a glimpse NCG can be, and that's just them being able to run down a little bit more points on the P2. But as we can see now at the latter stage of this run, we do see more influence being shown here for the side of Almighty. And once was a pretty significant lead, it does get shorted down big time. With Almighty battling the scrap time, that's absolutely what they gotta do, especially since NCG loves to feast on those scrap times as well. As we approach here for P3, hopefully for the side of Almighty, it might be a different storyline as well, as they are longing to get that rotation to kick in. Predator missile splice through as well, and that might be enough for them to get a leeway in terms of putting themselves into the rotation for P3.
Yeah, it's a slow start for AMT, I tell you that, Warden, but they're slowly picking up their pace. I mean, we saw how dominated they got when they were absolutely obliterated by SR NACAGUE on that first P2 hill, but they managed to adapt to it, and now they're going to use their operator skills to break this hill. The flood comes through. Irfan J and Jeff Pro leading the pack with the kills, and they successfully take away the players inside of the hill, and they are in it to win it here. 126 to 167, and we're going to be right back through you. Hopefully the game won't end that well once we come back there, but predictions, do you think AMT is going to pull up a comeback?
I mean, I think one big problem as well for the side of Almighty is Shut Up actually having connection issues. We did see him disconnect from at the first stage, and also at before we did have this cash predict brought up. So I think that's really one factor why Almighty is struggling big time. So if ever Shut Up gets his connection issue fixed, maybe till then they could actually be more of a promising take in terms of putting up a comeback here, Gali.
I mean, you hate to see that one of the players really have struggles with the internet connection issues, but again, they did have some rough start, but even without Shut Up, they're slowly picking up their pace. And imagine if he managed to get that internet fixed right away, that could have changed the pace of the game, as they're trying to do the impossible. I mean, what? it was a 23 to 115 point lead that, you know, this SR NACAGUE had moving into the reset of this hardpoint agenda. And that's a rough stretch, a rough point to come back into, but they made it possible. It's only a 40-point lead before we had to go back into the desk. And well, obviously, I hope that they got that P3 because they were able to manage to break it.
Yeah, I mean, overall, Almighty might have that lore getting built up as well, but you know, huge props for the set of SR NACAGUE. I mean, there's really no absolute significant handicap given for them. I mean, overall, we're still seeing the presence of SHUSHHH having 18 kills on that run before we did see the disconnection come through as well. And something about this take here for SR NACAGUE is that I think they are really playing by the deception, you know. Yes, for sure, they're on a different name, but the talent is still the same old team that we've been seeing in this competition, and having a little bit more of a lineup changes as well, it really brought them a long way through that hard point. And I don't exactly know, you don't exactly know if the lead is still on it for them, but they were holding on for that lead for such a long time, man.
Yeah, they were holding off a long time. And well, we got our opinion. I want to ask the chat for their opinion. Do you guys think that Almighty managed to pull off a comeback before we get right back into it? Or will NACAGUE somehow pull off the unimaginable and take away a Shenda hardpoint from Almighty? Let me know in the chat right now because we'd love to see and we would love to hear your opinions. And well, we're trying to get back to the game as fast as possible. I mean, breaks of the game, it happens to the best of us. And we'll talk about Yaku, bro. Yaku was playing that hardpoint objective, yet he was dominating.
Yeah, I mean, that's just one thing about Yaku is that, you know, he's always been longing to, you know, put his name on the community scene or the competitive scene of Call of Duty Mobile, and he absolutely saw this opportunity in this very tournament, in Garena Masters 4, and he absolutely gets it well done as well. And keep in mind, actually, you know, the talents here for the set of SR NACAGUE, they basically decided to stow away from Call of Duty Mobile and, you know, transfers themselves into different things as well. But guess what? They decided to, you know, bring themselves up and compose this team. And guess what? It's no problem here. But as soon as we move over back to the game here, game looking as close as ever. And it's going to be NCG hanging on the lead for dear life, but they absolutely get it well done.
First sweatiest match of the day. I'm loving it. AMT getting back right to the unimaginable. 9 seconds left, moving into the speed 2, and AMT will lose that hill, but number 5 in Jeff Pro already on the next rotation. But there's going to be 3 players from NCG setting up in their point as well. And Almighty, they will be having those operator skills to just try to help them get that break. But I mean, SR NACAGUE only having 13 more points to win this game. This might just be theirs, but AMT, they're fighting.
Remember, NCG can secure this game and put scratch on Almighty. And it might absolutely happen now. They're only 8 points away from taking a map out away from Almighty. They get the break as well. The influence will not be found. Player 4, Almighty, J with 52. Can he make it a 53? Unfortunately, no. He does get shut down by Joshua. Until then, 2 more points to reap away. NCG, they take the game number 1 out away from Almighty.
What a play! And look at the moment. Let them know it. Let them know it. Oh, by the way, Mamba Lowkings is on the screen of Owen. Oh, well, yeah, there we go. That's just a GG for them. But what an arduous battle we had there, you know. Almighty down to like 100-point deficit at the start of the first, at the start of the second rotation, and ended up tying up until the P2 where it was 212 to 213. I guess the spawns wasn't really in their favor there, Warden. We saw players spawning so far out and they had to reroute, and it ended up to a loss. Great plays from Almighty in terms of the slaying department, but SR NACAGUE, the way they played that objective is just so unique. 3 players with 1 minute in their favor.
Wow. Oh, wow. I mean, the numbers here, so stellar and so even here for the set of NCG. I want to neglect J for now and the rest of the squad here for Almighty, which in terms of eliminations, they absolutely know how to put themselves up at the board. But look at how evenly distributed SR NACAGUE is. And that's actually absolutely the composition you'd want to have, especially if you're going to be going up against a team like Almighty.
Yeah, well, I mean, we talk about Yaku claiming the first time on the hill. Well, it turns out Wonder was doing most of the dirty work out there. I mean, we saw him at that P2 on the garage where he was scoring up a lot of kills as well, building up the streaks and obviously helping this team claim the time and let the other players do the attacks to line up for this team. But what a shocker of a match we had in here. Despite the 52-point performance from Irfan J, it is not enough.
Yeah, I mean, 52 kills, that's pretty crazy. That's pretty wild there, man. But, you know, said and done there for Hardpoint Hacienda. We're going to be moving over to standoff, search and destroy, which, fortunately, it's not control.
Yeah.
Fortunately, it's not control because...
Yeah.
And if ever it was control, I'd be quite surprised if NCG can take a scratch off the history line of Almighty in that very map. But it is going to be standoff here, and it's going to be a map chosen by NCG. So with a map chosen by NCG, we can absolutely expect the worst here for Almighty.
I mean, close range engagements, this is where Joshua is actually the best at. Adding the factor that Yaku can just lurk around that mid-map, it's going to be quite hard for Almighty to find a way to break actually what's the playstyle that SR NACAGUE will be putting off. But, you know, for Almighty, I feel like that's not what we saw from them when they won the CDFI and the Garena Regional Champs. It's likely that they, you know, the performance at that world stage is just, you know, shifting here as well at the start of Garena Masters 4, and it's all right. It's all right. It's just the first day, and you know, they might have the jitters, but we all know Almighty, their search and destroy is quite well off. I mean, dual snipe setup from Incendio, and of course Heaven. Well, make it a triple snipe setup, by the way. Never mind.
Yeah.
You also have Shut Up in there as well, so I don't know if that's gonna be very paired up well with the map itself, because we know standoff is a close range map.
You know, something about the sniper setups here. For Almighty, I did see a comment as well, you know, yesterday, where is Almighty gonna try to go for a quad sniper setup, which I don't think it's gonna go to that extent there. But in terms of the influence of the snipers here, I think the maximum snipers that we might be able to see here, Cali, is just gonna be 2. I mean, even 1 is more than enough, and leave it to Heaven. I mean, Heaven is so well renowned in terms of playing a sniper in the DLQ and standoff, so that might just be more than enough. I think we need to see more firepower being compensated in close quarter combat, because that's exactly where they struggled at most on hard points. So play fire with fire is something that I'm really looking forward for here for Almighty, and it's not too hard to expect. I mean, after all, we're talking about Almighty, so that's that.
Absolutely right. I mean, we get the point that actually one of the chat actually mentioned that, you know, Almighty, they just scrim maybe a week before the Garena Masters starts. So maybe that's one of the plenty reason why they may not have the strategy to actually turn away SR NACAGUE. But let's see though if SR NACAGUE is going to make sure that they win 2 in a row, because AMT's S&D is quite hard to beat. And now here we go as we start. It's going to be AMT now on the offensive side. And it seems like they're going to do a dual snipe setup, which you mentioned. Heaven and Shut Up using that sniper, while Incendio, Irfan J, and Jeff Pro doing the dirty work on the close range.
Definitely. And it might work out quite well in terms of by the distance. Yaku will get the first kill, but the response meant from Almighty will come in. Incendio will pick up the 2. Shut Up with a triple as well. Make it a triple kill for the set of Incendio. Last and final player here, player 2. Oh, and what can you do? Absolutely none. Incendio picking up the 4th on the first round. That's exactly how you want to start off for the set of Almighty.
I mean, SR NACAGUE, they tickled the fair, and they gotta expect it to fight back. And Almighty Incendio up there in it with that CBR4. I mean, we saw this player actually go through some gun changes before we had them with the Holger 26. He had to go through that AR as well with the sniper on CDFI 2022. And here this time is using that SMG. So massive gun changes for him right now, but it's working. And they're on their way to plant that bomb here at this A site. Looking to get that Godnate here for Wonder, which I think would not connect. But there it go. First 5v5 retake, Warden.
5v5 retake, Almighty. Well set it up. They got the scopes anchoring for the back end. Shut Up for you. 3 players inside a hill, inside of the bomb site. And Heaven as well playing in the boxes. This might really go for the way of NCG as they're barring themselves here onto towards the bomb side. But what can they do when Incendio is just spraying them down like flies? But fortunately, Owen does find a connection. It's now a 2v1 situation. Left alone, shut up on the jumpy. And he's not going to be able to find a connection at all. The time is ticking down. He just needs to stall for dear life. The pressure comes through, but Owen is sticking. Owen is sticking. He gets it well done. SR NACAGUE gets a responsement. Almighty, they falter.
Owen, no freaking way he did that. That was just nasty. And I believe it's the WPM Lowkings ball. I mean, he is in the boot camp right now, man. And, you know, the support that he gets real time eventually will kick up and, of course, have some impact at some point. But yeah, AMT shot up now, dealing the first blood. And great way to start it off by dropping 2 players in there against SR NACAGUE.
Ooh, a lot of frags still being put upon. And shut up, you better watch out. You better not cry because Joshua will just back you down like a fly. And once more, till then, a lot of frags will still try to come true for the side of Almighty. And it might be the equalizer now. As we do see, it's a 2v2 situation. The bomb is still ticking as well. 25 seconds left to be played with here. They need to move in quick here, man. And it's such a hard call when you have Jeff Bro playing instead it bombs it on the heady as well. And what more can you do if Earth and J is added to the equation? Almighty, they get their round and they retain the lead to their side.
But crazy enough, I mean, AMT, they shouldn't have close encounters like this. I mean, everything was just so close in this first 3 rounds, and it had to go down to a wire and play those 1v1s. Well, they did have this 2-round wins out of the 3, and the attacking side has been doing them off well. Heaven always keeping up with that sniper, making his presence felt on that long range, and now NCG has to worry about a player in that bomb getting planted.
Ooh, another retake situation here, but this time the number is just much more promising for the set of Almighty. And I don't think there's going to be any way whatsoever that they're going to lose this one out. A little bit more of a different take here is that Heaven is now playing into the bomb side, and he puts up the impact. Owen gets shut down. Same goes for the set of Wonder as well. And NC, they trample, they play by the pace, and they fall down. Left alone Chroma in a 1v5 situation, which in fact, he doesn't last for so long. Extending the lead by 2, Almighty we go.
It opens up with Heaven picking up the first blood, taking over that tractor, and once that's opened up, they send out Irfan J to move around that mid-map and get the attack through tanks, and that's how AMT cleaned up that last round. Just clinical rounds for them. And SR NACAGUE looking lost right now. Look at this. The defense on the mid-map, they just fall like flies, but now things are turning around.
Wow.
It's on. It's on, Warden.
Play by the fire. Play by the fire. That's exactly what SR NACAGUE wants to do. These are bad boys, man. These guys are nasty. They want to put their name up in the board, and they absolutely can.
Wow, what an insane comeback made there by SR NACAGUE. The push towards mid, that was risky, but good thing enough that they have their utilities back there to back them up and get some kills that open things up on the map even more. And well, this time AMT, they gotta respond back better, but Chroma on the corner with the help of Joshua, they take 1 man down. Now a 4v5.
4v5, make it a 4v4. Shut up will take down. Oh, and a nade will fly through. Irfan J finds the connection. Incendio will take down Yaku as well. 3v2, and the number's still so bright for the set of Almighty. And keep in mind, the bomb has been planted as well. 24 seconds to fiddle around with. Yes, for sure, you might be able to even things up, but you need to get the defusal if you want to win the round here for the set of NCG. Joshua trailing. Shut up. Incendio and Mean still dancing around, stalling out the time, and Joshua can't do anything at all. Incendio just teasing Joshua, and it's going to be an unwinnable round here for the set of NCG. Almighty, they still extend the lead by 2.
Oh, that's just a very smart play for AMT there. Incendio just baiting Joshua to move in. As he wasted clock time, he said, Joshua, come here, I got something for you. It's the clock, it's winding down, and you're about to lose the round. And little did he know that they lost that round. AMT now still going up with the 2-round lead. They still have a safety net. And now we're going to switch the sides. This time, Heaven on the defense. We know he is capable of making shots like this. He makes it possible with his insane accuracy. He still needs to defeat some of the players there, but number 5 could clean that up. Jeff Pro now on the flank, wrapping up, getting that kill, and Wonder gets sent to the next round, a 1v3.
Owen was able to clutch things up earlier. Can he put through and get his name up in the board as well? But gotta worry about player on yellow, in which he doesn't react fast enough. Shut up shuts him down. And once more, Almighty just getting closer to the victor's crown. One more round away for the match point advantage.
What a total lockdown here made by AMT. If not for the range, it's the nades. If not the nades, it is the CBRs just tearing things apart in the close range, Warden.
It's so unfortunate now. I mean, we do see NCG trampling down. And in terms of the game modes that they have the best odds on, I mean, Search and Destroy, they really have to put this one up in the bag because control is a no question for the side of Almighty. So they really have to default and, you know, switch up their pacing here and try to switch things up, because if not, it's just going to be a storyline here set it for the side of Almighty.
Still a very slow-paced game that we have in here. We had a very aggressive attack made by SR NACAGUE, and now they are paying the price for it. AMT just one round away for taking that match point. And Yaku, despite the great start earlier in this SND, had slowed down with that sniper. Only has 3 kills, and I mean, you can say that with the rest of the players and the team, but you're one of the snipers that should help this team open things up in the long range and, of course, limit the firepower of AMT, and right now that's not happening. And AMT is doing a great job keeping these players in check.
Ooh, time getting dwindled down. Finally, opening frags will come in. Yaku will take down shit up. Owen will take down J. J gets one before he goes down. The tilt in the frags is much more lenient here for the side of Almighty. And once again, Owen,
wow,
Chroma gets shut down. Almighty exchanges comes through, and that's going to be enough for them to secure that match point advantage.
Yeah, just one more for AMT, and it is over. And I mean, SR NACAGUE, they waited a long time just to make sure that the engagement is going to be perfect as when they entered that A site, but they met an absolute demise. Just a rain down on parade by AMT with the guns, and they were able to win that last round. Now for Almighty, Shut Up has been lighting up. He's got 8 kills in the bag and is looking to make sure that there's going to be control for that mid-map for the team. And look at this. NCG on the back alley. Number 4, number 2 leading the charge.
Ooh, it might come in handy there, but they might have to worry about J watching the backends here, and they do get the proper read, but for now the front line will come in. Shut Up will take them Chroma. J takes down Owen as well, make it a double wonder under his hands, and that's going to be now left alone in a 1v4 situation. Match point advantage coming again. NCG Joshua, it's all down to you to extend the series furthermore, but what can you do when you're getting trailed down? Knocked down by Almighty.
Ding, ding, ding. The bell rung and it's over. AMT, slow start on that hard point, but now they do so win that SND. And it all goes down to the snipers, by the way, who made a lot of impact on the earlier rounds. I mean, we did have Incendio go up with 4 kills with that CBR 4 in the first round, but overall, at the long range of the guns of the rounds that we had in here, it was the snipers that's always able to create the first bloods, and J, Jeff Pro, instead just did the work.
My bad for putting Shut Up out of the equation in terms of the scopes. The guy was able to pop off big time and really put up the rate of the impacts. Yes, for sure, 9 kills, but it's not really, you know, he's on the fort and here for the scoreboard, but it doesn't really matter. I mean, each and every kills was so impactful for the set of Almighty, and adding more information, it was 172, so not much dominance was really needed to be found for every talent for the set of Almighty, as they were winning rounds not just by the casualties, but, you know, just playing around the objective, and that's exactly how the storyline went down for the set of Standoff.
Yeah, they love pressuring the defender so much in that first half, Warden. They planted the bomb every time they had the chance to do so. And NCG always had the urge to actually respond to the urgency. And it didn't end up in a great way because they were just gunned down by AMT every time. And it's just a storyline of what happened here at this SND. And as we move on, we're moving on to control later on. And this is the good part for AMT. They are labeled as the control kings, and they haven't, you know, they haven't lost any control game mode in any game at Garena Masters in the entire history of Garena Masters so far, and that would be played at Control Summit.
And you know, with the whole personality and how Almighty loves to play out, I mean, you're really going to be expecting Heaven to be the detrimental factor for
Yeah.
this one. Just for sure, it was slow down on Search and Destroy, but this is Heaven's game here. Control, and it's going to be on Summit. We might as well expect or try to call out how far SR NACAGUE can put this one into the series here. Are we going to be able to see them put up a number, or will Almighty just run it down 3-0?
I mean, we know Almighty, their gunfights was impressive on that Search and Destroy, but on the last respawn game that they played, which was on Ascenda Hardpoint, it was kind of not on point. Yes, they had a slow start, but they ended up chasing right until the end of the game. And SR NACAGUE, we all know that Summit, it's easy to defend in here, especially when you have the second floor to your favor. And SR NACAGUE will be able to start on the defensive side, so obviously they have the advantage right off the get-go. And if you are AMT, you're starting in the first round as the attackers, and you got to win your gunfights to prove that you're able to win these games, because it's hard to win an offensive side in a control game mode.
Definitely. But, if ever it's going to be any team that could prove us wrong here, it's surely going to be Almighty. Coming again, do you have the best out of the best accolades in control? So let's just see if SR NACAGUE can hold their grounds against the offense of Almighty, and that's just really about it. I mean, I'm going to be putting you on the hot seat for this one here, Callie. In terms of the scoreline here for control, how do you feel and how this one's going to go down?
I think it would have to go down to game number 4, around number 4 perhaps. And I'm expecting AMT to win this offensive sides. If not on that first round, I might have to go with SR NACAGUE, because we know what this team can do when they have teamwork.
I mean,
we saw that in the Ascenda Hardpoint.
Yep. I mean, that's just how they were able to roll out. I mean, looking at the kills, looking at how they distribute themselves up, there's no question in terms of putting up kills at all. It's just all going to come down to, are they coordinated enough to take down the Almighty, or are they just going to trample just like how they did in Search and Destroy? As this round number 1 will kick off, a lot of influence will be found on the catwalks, and so far the exchanges will actually be much more sided for set of NCG.
A 5 SMG setup for AMT at the moment, while NCG has 4 running in the comp right now. They're winning the battles on the second floors, but that soon would change. Incendo caught in a crossfire. Now, being pinched is one of the things that he has to worry about, but he's skipping his eyes in front, and that's it. Chroma will be shot down, and that should spawn NCG back to the left side of that minimap, and Almighty now having the position and the control in their favor.
The situation for the defense gets more dangerous, especially if the offense will have the access all for catwalks, and that's going to be Irfan J holding it down for a moment or so. It was Incendio, and that's going to be them prioritizing that A control point while cutting off the rotation from that mid lane. So this is looking to be a FRANIC situation for the 7NCG. I mean, they do have the numbers still in terms of the lives, and they actually is not a problem. It's not a problem for them to get those kills out, and it's pretty much a dominant round here, as we can see right now, 20-16. Almighty having a hard time putting that influence on each and every in both control points here, so it's just time for them to try to put more map control, because if not, NCG might be able to run this down.
Yeah, the map control needs to be on that catwalks, and of course in the second floor of this control room, which they haven't found any much success. Every time they have it in their favor, it just goes briefly, and it eventually ends up with SR NACAGUE winning their gunfight. And you see it happen here once again. Heaven on the top floor, but Yaku just responding with the kill, and it just completely repeats over and over again. And if you're AMT, something needs to change, and maybe you have to send out another man to maybe supply the chain and of course get a better control. But take a look at this setup. AMT now aiming for that A control point, the hardest point to control in this control game mode, and they do so now, extend the time in their favor, 9 and 8, and now they have the numbers in their favor. A turnaround made by AMT at the last second.
Big turnaround, and no players is near at the B control point. Almighty might as well win by the capture. One big push is what NCG needs. Wonder, Joshua will get the first 2 kills, but the response here from Almighty will kick in. And guess what? They win by the hill as well. That's just resilience being found here for Almighty. Once they get a capture on that A control point, that B control point was a free ticket, a free round for them.
And now that they're on the defensive side, it's just gonna be much easier for them to control the map. And SR NACAGUE needs to find a way to sort this out. As you can see, Heaven, they are full stacking that second floor. The players are like gearing up to moving inside of that mid map, but with the control that AMT has on that second floor, they just go and get deleted, right? And they will be able to do some ingress in it, some progress being made at that A site, but that soon would be recaptured by AMT.
So far, I mean,
look at the spawn.
Loving the intention here for the side of NCG, but it's really not transverting into any capitalizations whatsoever, and they're just getting dwindled down at all. Almighty playing so aggressively here, playing by the force, and it's going to be damn absolutely capitalizing big time. 16 to 24 here, and with very little time being played around here for the side of NCG, it's just going to be the pressure being felt upon here for them. 14 to 21. Finally, they do get a break for a moment or so, but till then, the lead is just so convenient and so convincing for the set of Almighty.
I use some of lead in that life department and total map control for Almighty right now. Owen, I know you love that spot, but you have to support your teammates moving in around the second floor. AMT is just dominating you in the spawns, and finally they get it to go, but the life count is just too much to come back into right now. Almighty gearing up, looking to get this defensive side win, and a solid performance from them. The utilities, the operating skills that they invested was perfectly timed, especially with Incendio controlling the spawns earlier at the right side of the minimap. Now SR NACAGUE down to their final 4 players, and this should be a round win now for Almighty.
Yep, this round pretty much chalked out here for NCG. Yaku falls down, ERFNJ getting the ceiling deal as well. As we approach here for this round number 3, NCG, I mean, they are playing defense, and they have 4 specialists to play around with as well. They might be able to secure this one up, but if I was them, I'd try to win this one through raw vanilla gunfights. Until then, invested operators on that, on that round number 5. But who am I to say? I mean, until then, they really have to invest whatever they could to secure a round to extend the series furthermore, as Almighty is on the match 1 advantage.
Oh well, here we go. Almighty again, just controlling the map with that purifier, and of course with the claw. Moving it on, it's going to be a close fight, but Heaven now slowly kicking up to his usual self. He had 4 kills moving into this 3rd round. Now he has 12. So we're talking about improvements and talking about the guys tricking up. Switchblade X9 in action and a Predator missile that's ready for use. But if you're Heaven right now, Warden, that Switchblade, it's not exactly the best gun that you can use in the long-range engagements, but it still gets it to go.
I mean, it's just going to be heaven for you, playing by the passion. And something about Stage 5, what Stage 4 taught me is that players just plays around with their, favorite guns and their comfort guns until then they are able to capitalize big time. And it's really showing here for the set of Almighty. Heaven is still on the roll. He's still on a spree. Another opportunity granted. He gets it well done. Yaku under his name. And that's going to be Almighty in a very convincing spot, in a very convincing manner as well. And they have absolutely every card to seal the deal here and serve a 3-0 victory on control.
Yeah, Heaven, and that's just more than a 3 spree. That's just a 5 spree in it for them as they're trying to dismantle this SR NACAGUE squad back to the ground. ERFNJ and this squad are just wrecking everybody out. SR NACAGUE down to their final 5 players, and take a look at this. Number 4, ERFNJ, way behind enemy spawns, and he's just there annoying these players out. And NCG trying to make the best out of it by staying alive, but it's just too much. Jeff Pro picks up 1. Joshua trying to make sure that the life count of AMT dwindles down, but it's just too much of a lead right now. They're just playing with their lives and they're playing with their food. Shut up, even has some machete done in it.
I mean, this is going to be a GG well played. Shut up for the machete. Tags one up, and Joshua falter. Yaku with a punching bag. ERFNJ serves him right up. That's just really Almighty. Playing with their food quite a lot, and they didn't get punished for that one though. So that's just the brilliance here for a set of Almighty. GG, well played.
GG, well played, man. Well, I gotta tell you, that's 2 matches that they ended up with a melee kill. I mean, ERFNJ had the SND, and I think he also had the last kill here in this control game on. I do so believe that. But here we go, the post-game breakdown. AMT dominates the offense, the defense, and of course, they ended up with the 3-0 victory in here. NCG had no answer. Well, at least they had at the start. But AMT figured out their playstyle, and it was just an easy read after that.
Yep. I mean, that's just going to be us, making the right calls here for this one. I'm quite happy. And just looking at the rank of Heaven, it's not even grinding rank at all.
Yeah, I mean, that's when you know that the team barely scream at all or even play the game itself. Jeff Pro, what's the rank of Jeff Pro? That's Grandmaster 1, right?
Yeah.
Heaven, you gotta make sure. Come on, Heaven, you got all the legendary skins on this 4 match or this 4 weeks of action. So you better make sure you grind it out. But I mean, rank doesn't define who you are as a person, man. Look at him, top fragging.
22 kills. I mean, after all, we did call that, Control is going to be a storyline that might revolve around him, and it does happen. It did happen there. That's just going to be Almighty securing this one up, 3-0. In terms of the history line for Masters, Control is a no question in what they can offer. They are still Almighty. They're still the same Almighty that we know. I mean, unfortunately for the series, they're not going to come out in a clean sheet. They did falter on that hard point on Hacienda, but that's just pretty much about it for Search and Destroy and Control. That's still the same Almighty we know.
Yeah, Almighty still the kings of Control and tough to beat at S&D. They are very resilient and they know how to dismantle a team. And for SR NACAGUE, a rough start, but they are the first team to actually score a dent on an invited team, by the way. LF Org tried against Smart Omega, but they failed. Divinus tried yesterday against Blacklist, they failed. But SR NACAGUE, that end game at that hard point Hacienda was solid enough for them to score a win. And that is still a point in the group stage. And every point counts in this group C because it's a group of death.
Definitely. I mean, if ever Almighty proceeds to falter a little bit more and bleed out more, they might be on par against SR NACAGUE. And in terms of looking at the composition here for SR NACAGUE, they absolutely have more than enough firepower to take on against LF Org. And in terms of the odds of them putting off a convincing scratch, if ever they do win 3-0, that might be putting them on par up against Almighty, man.
Obviously, right, man. Well, good for SR NACAGUE. They will be facing, if I'm not mistaken, that's going to be LF Org next week. And AMT will be facing Smart Omega on their next coming matchup. So that's going to be a tough to beat. But hey, anything is still possible. You have time to prepare. And obviously speaking, AMT still managed to snag a victory here at their first day at Garena Masters 4. That's all there is to it.
Definitely. So with LF Org coming in up against Almighty tomorrow, let's just see if ever they're going to be able to put up those scratches here. But that's going to be pretty much it for this one. In terms of the recap, once again, Hacienda might be a key factor on might be a key map that you might want to use up against Almighty for later on, but till then you can't get complacent as well. We know how fast the adaptability of Almighty can be. They can just retouch someone up. After all, they did choose this map with an intention and with a purpose as well. For Standoff and Summit, you can clearly see as well in what they can offer. So that's just pretty much it. So here we go, Kali. We're going to be moving over to the highlights here, and that's going to be hard point on Hacienda for you, in which we all know SR NACAGUE was able to put up a great fight.
Yeah, the most surprising thing here was that, I don't know if the highlights will show it, but SR NACAGUE, by the time that the P1 or the first set of rotations ended, they had almost a 98-point lead. And it was so surprising to see AMT go down like this and ended up in a close match at the late game. And well, here it is. I think it's 29-115. And where, Almighty started to pick up their pace, where they used the Purifiers and, of course, their operative skills just to get an ingress in the game. And obviously, they had a great stand up against SR NACAGUE on the coming mid game. And it's just SR NACAGUE winning the spawns at the end.
Definitely. It's just them being able to, close it up big time. And for a moment, it was decided for a set of Almighty, but SR NACAGUE sealed that one up. But for Search and Destroy, this is exactly where the downfall started. Almighty, SR NACAGUE was able to secure that second round, but Almighty, that's just pretty much the storyline for them. They were able to bag up most of the rounds, if not so consecutively, to the point where it was a very convincing run, and hence the momentum was so transverse to the fact that they were able to broaden it up in Control as well, in which we all know they won this one up 3-0.
Yeah, it was a dominant victory. Once they were on the defensive side, it was just such an easy task for them to get all of the kills, especially when they were invading the spawns. The first half, The first round, AMT really had struggle moving up and getting that second floor control. But as soon as we move into that second round and that third round, they just eventually snowballed off on the momentum. And Heaven was a big key part of that win. And Irfan there for the final blow. And he happens to be the MVP of the game. And here we go, man. I think we're going to be hopping on an interview with him later on. And I just hope he does.
If ever he does, I have a pretty interesting.
I know.
There's a bit of a question that I have in mind for him. I don't know if I'm going to be asking it. Depends on my mood later on. But MVP of the game. And in terms of Irfan, since we are already on the topic with him, he is just such a guy that you should be watching out for, especially if you're going against him. Watch every rat holes there is. Watch every rat positions there is, because he might be there sneaking around. This guy is a very mischievous player, Callie.
Yeah, I mean, he's a trump card. You never know when or where he might be at, but you know that he's gonna take you out. Just how his hunter instinct really is. And he ends up with 52 kills in hardpoint, by the way. So that's the leading in total points in week 1, and of course having a 1.9 KD ratio on respawns, definitely a great performance from him.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's just something about Irfan, being such a very consistent player there is. But we're gonna be moving over to an interview with a player from ALMGHTY now. Who is it gonna be? Hoping it's gonna be Irfan or the rest of the squad. I don't exactly know. You don't exactly know. But the thrill is on. You were hoping for Irfan. I'm kind of hoping for Incendio, Callie.
I was hoping that Incendio pops in right in front of us, and I hope that he joins us live, because I have a question that I'd love to ask from him, and it's related to you. But no, we're not gonna ask that, if ever so, of course, just to keep it formal in here. But yeah, we're still waiting for the player to pop up. And by the way, guys, we have a pop quiz segment right after the game 3, which will be WPM Lowkings and SHUSHHH. So you guys make sure you wait for that, because you have a chance to win the crates, and we all love crates. We all love the chance to get some. And later on, we're going to be distributing that. And while we're waiting for AMT to get into the interview, Warden, great start from SR NACAGUE, but they were able to falter at that S&D, and eventually they struggled on that control.
But were you? I mean, we did talk. We did have a conversation about which how far can SR NACAGUE put themselves through up against ALMGHTY in any modes whatsoever. Since you were predicting a red stick, which mode were you actually eyeing for SR NACAGUE to take away from ALMGHTY? Oh,
that's a great question. I was thinking of hardpoint, but I was also thinking that the S&D could be one of it. But it ended up with my gut. Of course, it was the hardpoint. But yeah, I didn't expect it to be that close though. 250 to 213. The ALMGHTY squad absolutely made a great comeback off of that. But yeah, that's it. That's my prediction. 2-1. But I was predicting that it will end up with a victory from SR NACAGUE from S&D, but it ended up with a hardpoint.
Definitely. I mean, it could have went both ways right there, and I wouldn't really blame you if you did vouch for Search and Destroy as well. I mean, for Search and Destroy, they were able to take 2 rounds in a row. I mean, at 2 rounds at least, and it might not be so convincing as come again. It's 2 out of 7, but it did happen right there. And for a moment in the first half, they were able to run it down. But that's enough of the storyline. So let's just move over to the interview segment now for ALMGHTY. Let's come and say hello. And it's going to be Irfan here, Callie.
I mean, hello, Irfan. What is up? Good to see you joining us live here right now. I mean, 1-0 now in the group stage, and a chance to take the #1 seed in the group C if you get a win over Smart Omega next Friday. What will be the team be working on the coming week, and what will be your expectation on the series?
Honestly, for my team, in my opinion, I have no expectations at all. If we win, we win. If we lose, we lose. I mean, we are still gonna do our daily routine scrims every 9 to 11 or 10 to 12, and that's pretty much it. We don't do anything else. We don't do net lineups anymore. We just don't expect anything at all for this tournament.
Yeah, well, that's just gonna be the whole killer mentality right there. I mean, it is what it is. You do what you got to do what you just got to do. If it happens, it does happen right there. But I did have this fad of questioning as well in terms of the weapon of choice, and for 2 consecutive games in a row as well, you've been rocking the prize fighter as well, man. And is there any sense of traditions that you're rocking with the prize fighter in terms of securing the last and final kills?
That's the whole point, man. That's the whole
Just knocking him down.
Yeah.
Oh.
Every time we see the last person in the match, our killer mentality just kicks in.
Punch him down.
Yeah.
Oh, that's Urban J, man.
Yeah. That's it. That's a tradition in here. And last question, Irfan J. What can you say about your viewers, and of course, what can you say to Smart Omega as they will be your next opponent next week?
What can I say? I mean, they are the toughest opponent. I mean, we will see what happens on Friday, and I wish good luck to them. Yeah, that's all.
Okay, well, amazing stuff, and glad to see you put on a show today, Irfan J. 52 kills in Hardpoint. We'll let you go. Thanks for having us. It was a team effort, but definitely an MVP performance from Irfan J. And once again, congratulations on the W, Irfan J.
Thank you so much.
I love the guy, man. I love him so much, dude. Energy is really sly, so indirect, and quite. I love it. I love his mood overall, man.
Absolutely right. And well, here we go. We got to go to a break. When we come back, we will be seeing WPM Lowkings taking on SHUSHHH after this break. Welcome back to the Casters headquarters. Kali alongside the Warden. It's Super Saturday, the first Super Saturday of the qualifiers. We're now in the second half of our 4-match day. Up next on the lobby, it's R&D taking on last year's Super Rookies to WPM Lowkings. A tough battle ahead for R&D right now because we know WPM Lowkings had a roster change. And of course, the way they lit up 2022, it was crazy.
Definitely. I mean, really a hard call here, but let's just see if ever it can shush Lowkings down, or can the West Point Mamba Lowkings just be the West Point Mamba Lowkings? No, and since we're on the topic of the West Point Mamba Lowkings, we all know how much struggle that they've been facing upon in terms of putting their names up in the board. The closest or the highest placement that they've had was on CGI last year's run, and they finished off 3rd, and they faltered up against Dunia Games. So let's just see if they can have a great opening here for this Garena Masters 4, because if not, it might be a problem that they just might face again once more.
Yeah, I mean, WPM Lowkings came out of nowhere exactly a year ago and almost made it to the grand finals of Garena Masters Season 1 as well, Warden. Led by the rising duo PJ and Yopi throughout the 2022 season. They've always come so close to scoring upsets up against juggernauts of the MSP, but the lack of experience in the professional scene made it impossible to overcome the odds when it mattered the most. This year, they added Susano, Warden, a veteran. One that's been on the scene since its inception. He's calm, cool, and collected, and he's what WPM Lowkings need when the games go down the wire. Here is their team lineup. They got Yopi, PJ, Demores, Luffy, Kalo, and Susano, the 6-man wrecking crew for WPM Lowkings coming in for February of 2023.
I had a call with Olea in terms of what are the rotations going to be in for the lineups, and he did talk about putting Klo inside hardpoint, and for Search and Destroy and Control, putting Susano in as well. So that might be the case that we're going to be seeing for this one, but let's just see if they're still going to be sticking to that same equation as well. But that's just going to be the storyline for the set of the West Point Mamba Lowkings. As we move along now for the next lineup here, let's talk about SHUSHHH, as this is really I'm quite empty-handed in what they can offer here, Kali.
Yeah, they are definitely one of the newer teams, or really a rookie team that will play Garena Masters 4. I mean, Edik, Zero, Devar, Frasha, Mouse, and Mikey. Malaysia's second squad, where we know the Malaysian squad in general has trouble versus the PH region last year. It almost felt like the Philippine teams were their kryptonite, and I just hope today they break the PH dominance versus Malaysia.
Definitely. I mean, in terms of the Malaysian competition for last year's run, it was always going to be going around the Huntsmen and Sem9. Can SHUSHHH be a team that could fill in the shoes of Sem9? It's just all about this. And something about Sem9 as well, since we're on the topic for this, the West Point Mamba Lowkings is a no question as well in terms of having rivalries with teams from Malaysia. So this might be a new rival that they have to face against with here, Kali.
And one thing we know, SHUSHHH had made it to the qualifiers and they were the second place, only second to the Huntsmen. And we know that it's hard to get into Garena Masters 4. And it's quite competitive out there in the Malaysian region. And knowing that this team absolutely made it possible for them to be here, there has to be a giveaway that they might ensue here at this game. So now we're taking a look at the maps and modes for this matchup. WPM Lowkings and SHUSHHH. Takeoff and Summit will be banned. Spare and Purifier would be the operator skills that will be restricted just for this respawn games itself. And you already know Slums gonna be picked by SHUSHHH. Interesting take. What do you think, Warden?
I mean, I'm just pretty excited here. But overall, if I'm going to be looking at the maps and modes, I think this is just the effect of the fact that we haven't really seen how SHUSHHH would play on the stage. So really, every map here, the West Point Mamba Lowkings has the composition to put through. But since we're also on this, Kali, I'm going to be taking this time to putting you on the hot seat once more. Are you going to be vouching for the West Point Mamba Lowkings, or is it going to be SHUSHHH?
Oh, it totally depends on what will happen here at this first map. It's hard to really guess, but I might have to say 3-0. I mean, just by looking at the performance of WPM Lowkings at the, overall in 2022, they've been up there hanging with the juggernauts of MSP, and even in the whole Garena region itself. I mean, placing third on CGI 2022, that's very, very hard to do on your first year. Now imagine them here now on their second year, where they now have the experience. They obviously have the chance to take this away from SHUSHH, but I'm not removing the possibility of SHUSHH surprising us in here, because you know, the super rookies, we haven't seen them yet, and it might just be SHUSHH here coming from Malaysia.
Definitely. I mean, actually, I'm actually leaning towards SHUSHH. You know, I'm going to be playing devil's advocate here, and I think that SHUSHH has something up in their sleeves that, you know, that they can offer up against the West Point Mamba Lowkings. Yes, for sure, we've seen what is the offerment of the West Point Mamba Lowkings, but I love to see teams that are quite unknown into my eyes, and it's just up to them to prove to us and prove to the viewers as well, and prove to the audience that what they can offer. So West Point Mamba Lowkings, better watch out. They're empty-handed on what they can offer here. So this might as well, this either can go down to the wire, or this could go chaotically for both ends. We have no history here. It's just all going to come down to this, and it's going to be heading straight into hardpoint slums.
I mean, this is the first time that WPM Lowkings and SHUSHH will fight in Garena Masters history. So let's see how will the fight break out evenly on this matchup. Obviously, WPM Lowkings is the Goliath here up against the David and SHUSHH. And obviously, SHUSHH is a team that, you know, it's a rookie team. So obviously, they might have the jitters, but I really hope that they put up a great fight in here as we hop in and load up at Hardpoint Slum, the first game that we're going to have on this matchup. What are your thoughts, Warden?
I mean, this might be chaotic for both ends here, but in terms of accolades, in terms of the statements, the West Point Mamba Lowkings has had a bit more into my eyes. But SHUSHH, I want them to prove me wrong, as now we head straight here into this hardpoint number 1 of Hardpoint Slums. And here we go. First initial frags will kick in. The West Point Mamba Lowkings, they're starting off strong.
Yeah, 3 in a row, made it 4 in a row as they managed to sneak past through SHUSHH's first line of attack, and Kalo right now is trying to find ways to make sure that the attacks ensue at the bricks, but now SHUSHH will be able to break that. They hit the attack through bricks and they have control at the moment, and Mouse taking it on up against Kalo. Now they have the hill, but WPM Lowkings, they still have the player located at the right of the map.
Oh, so dominant performance here for the set of the West Point Mamba Lowkings. Gunfights, rotations, how they're coordinating and defining themselves into what side of the hardpoint they want to hold on to actually give them the leeway to get that rotation as well, all for P2. Absolute performance from them, and it's going to be SHUSHH actually struggling big time. I mean, getting near around the parameter, really a hard call being found here for the set of SHUSHH. Hence, giving them the idea to just head straight to new, and that's going to be them quite fortified all for P2 here, Cali.
Yeah, number 5 and number 4 for SHUSHH is holding off the spawn, but that's not gonna get you through victory. You gotta make sure you stay inside of the hardpoint as well and win some gunfights inside of that hill. And right now, they are just staying. They are feeling the pressure that Lowkings is emitting right there inside of the game right now. And PJ even lighting up a player on the smoke, and now they break off the hill. They get the spawn, they get the respawn, and PJ just lighting up with the CBR4. 5 in a row for him, and it's a 50-point lead in the second hard point.
Not even double digit here for the set of SHUSHH, and it's still just going to be the West Point Mamba Lowkings. PJ popping off, make it 14 for him, and he can just go streak up. I mean, go barging into the face of SHUSHH, and there's going to be no absolute problem at all. And finally, he does get shut down by Mouse. But till then, Yopi, his comrade, is also around the parameter as well to back him up. And in the process, they're trying to find the pathway to get into rotation for P3 as well. Until then, the point has been stagnant for the set of SHUSHH. Nowhere to be found. That's just how the West Point Mamba Lowkings would want to put down SHUSHH.
Yeah, now it's about to approach to a 90-point lead in here. It is not looking good for SHUSHH. WPM just continuously lock them down one at a time. Hardpoint per hardpoint, spawns per spawns, and here comes the Predator missile dropping in by Yopi. And look at the kill feed. Everything is just lighted up as blue. WPM Lowkings just making light work of SHUSHH right now, and Luffy even scoring with the Holger 26, turning on the guy at the back.
I mean, this hard point here is just so set for the West Point Mamba Lowkings. Gunfights, influence inside a hill, securing the parameter, they get it well done. and that's going to be every player from the side of the West Point Mamba Lowkings doing their job into stellar performance at all. And only until now we do see players from SHUSHHH getting closer and closer to the parameter. But what can they do when PJ himself with a claw is bagging the hill time and bagging the influence as well? 10 more seconds to go for the speed tree. Next topic should be P4 for the set of SHUSHHH.
I love the intention that SHUSHHH is dominating that spawns, but somehow they just can't manage to sneak past inside of that hill because of the gunfights that Lowkings has just been putting up right from the start of the matchup. As you can see, they have two players moving in right through graveyards, but DMORS is there to shut them down, and now they spawn back to the bricks, and there's gonna be 5 players lining up in one angle, and if DMORS could get this timing right, that could just be more devastation. 165 to 9, and DMORS is just lighting it up.
West Point Mamba Lowkings the demoralizer. He is insane. Demoralizing each and every player from the set of SHUSHHH. He is the bane for this run right now, and he's still on the roll. He can't be stopped. Player 2 here from the side of SHUSHHH. Can he make the play? Mouse hanging for dear life to try to put the influence inside the hill. Can they finally get double digits? Here is the question. Until then, the West Point Mamba Lowkings, they still deny.
Despite the contests, they are just so unstoppable right now. SHUSHHH, they made 5 attempts, but they have no success at breaking off that hill. 100-point lead coming in, make it a 200-point lead, by the way, before we end that first set of rotation. And well, looking at the kill feed right now, DMORS and Yopi truly lighting up the show, but just talk about the pure entire map control that this team had right from the start. SHUSHHH just having a rough time right now.
205 to 9. You can't have more of a dominating game more than this here, Cal. This is by far the most dominant performance we've ever seen in this competition of Garena Masters 4 so far. I mean, yes, for sure, we're only talking about day number 2, but I highly doubt that any team in this competition can top this one off here, man.
Come on, SHUSHHH. Show us what you got. But the WPM Lowkings just continues to punish them every time they spawn out, and they're OP here with 32 bomb. It's gonna find that CBR4 Latisse to kick down some players, and just 20 more points for the win. They might be able to get this on this P1. SHUSHHH is so far out of the hill, and every hardpoint area entrance is getting controlled by WPM Lowkings right now, so it's totally possible that they end this in here. It might just be the fastest hardpoint that we get. WPM Lowkings allows them to introduce themselves, but now the contest goes through and SHUSHHH fights back. 1 point lead. No, just 1 more point for Lowkings. DMORS off the back, it opens up, and there it is. Done and dusted.
What? That was insane. That was insane. By far the best hardpoint performance we've seen in this competition. And that's going to be SHUSHHH now. We can kind of gauge how far can SHUSHHH put themselves here in this competition up against the West Point Mamba Lowkings. And it's clearly not going to be the most promising performance here. I mean, take a look at this. Gunfights, West Point Mamba Lowkings had it all. Influence inside the hill, it's a no question. For the side of SHUSHHH, no players was on the positive ends at all. Mouse banging at MVP, but having 23 kills will put you in a very tight spot as well. Same goes for the side of Mickey or Mikey. Until then, it's just going to be the same old take here. Keep in mind, 250 to 9, Cali. 250 to 9.
That's the first 10-point club. Free membership access now for SHUSHHH. WPM Lowkings, they still continue the dominance of PH versus Malaysia, and it just goes over, man. And do take a note of this. They're not just by winning by gunfights, but you see, most of the players at least had 1 minute off on the hard points. So they're also doing their objective work while doing most of the kills, and it's a total team effort that they did out there, and the hard work is paying off. And if you're a SHUSHHH, getting dominated on the map you chose is gonna be devastating, but I hope that they managed to adjust on the S&D that we're going to have later on.
Oof. I mean, that's just really much it, man. I mean, in terms of the tandem here for Yopi and PJ, you have to love the fact that PJ is going to be able to accompany Yopi now for this run for this Call of Duty competitive scene now. PJ is already 18 as well. And we are going to be expecting the full hand performance here for the West Point Mamba Lowkings. This might be their final roster if ever to do so, especially if they can show a promising run here for this Garena Master 4. But now, Cali, hardpoint, slum, said and done. Raid, search, and destroy. How do you feel about this one?
I don't know about this, but Lowkings has been practicing that raid S&D for quite some time now. And I think you have to agree with me with that. And obviously, that's one of their better maps in hardpoint, but with them dragging us here at this S&D raid, it's hopeful that Luffy is gonna pop off with this map because you know that guy has insane range.
I mean, sniper, Luffy, in terms of raid, we can expect him to pop off just like how he did up against Triple V on raid as well during Garena Masters 3. The guy has a very wide perception and water angles in this very map, and he can offer a lot of impact overall. And that's just really, you know, compensating and complementing his personality as a player himself. Loves to play slow, loves to play by the distance. So it could really favor him at most. This might be his game for this one.
Obviously, I remember we're playing that Luffy made on that playoffs where it was on the LAN event, right? Where everything was really not going in the hands of WPM Lowkings, and somehow, in some point, he managed to pull off the unimaginable. I believe it was against VVV ESPORTS, now known as SR NACAGUE, right? Where he had an amazing 3 kills. And I'm looking forward to how well he does in here at this S&D raid. But I do love to see more from SHUSHHH because that was just a very underperforming hardpoint match.
I mean, I just hope that they can show a little bit more of a different take here for Search and Destroy. If it's going to be the same take here for hardpoint, then we might be able to see another 3-0 win here. And that's absolutely something that we don't really like to see. But at the same time, you know, it's kind of a peaceful mind as for us casters. But I really want to just have more taste on what SHUSHHH has to offer here. So maybe respawns isn't really their forte here. Maybe S&D could be one thing as well, and which we all know, Cali, Search and Destroys wins you championships.
S&D wins you championships, and that's what happened to Smart Omega. You know, GM2, GM3, everything had to go down to a game number 5, and they relied on their S&D to win them the chip. And obviously, SHUSHHH has to find an adjustment such as what happened on that first match. Of course, you're going to be phased at what just happened because it ended so abruptly and so fast. And you got to think, are we going to barge our head in there aggressively, or are we going to play it passive? Because when we played aggressive earlier up against Lowkings in that hard point, it didn't go in our way. So now you got to think 100 steps ahead of Lowkings.
And then that's you know, that's a margin to ask for, but they really got to do that, especially if they want to put up a scratch up against the West Point Mamba Lowkings for the set of
here's
SHUSHHH.
the man.
So here we go. Luffy, alongside with PJ as well, longing to get this opening take here on towards Bravo, but it's not going to work out quite well for the set of PJ as the Dick will shut him down.
Very tactical approach here for SHUSHHH. No one really rushing, but as soon as I see that Mikey finds his way through zigzags, and there it is. The punish comes true for Demores. Now they're making their way through this swimming pool. No one really knows where these guys might be at, but Demores, oh my lord. The way that he beams that guy almost ends his life up and sent to the next round, but the push now lining up. The stack comes through. Yopi as the front man, and Devours one as Yopi gets eliminated. Demores there to clean it up. Now a 3v3.
3v3 situation. Bomb gonna get planted by Demores. 2 kills under his name as well. Luffy, Susano still present here. Susano with the scope actually as well. This might be a very tricky equation here, but you know, the bomb is planted in a very open spot, and that's going to be an angle for a set of Luffy. But what can you do when he's already out of the round? 0 out. That's going to be Demores as well, getting drawn out. Susano here, the latest addition to the West Point Mamba Lowkings. Can he put up the name? Can he live up to his name? Can he put up the impact? Unfortunately not. Mouse will go for the wraparound, securing the pinch and securing the round as well. SHUSHHH gets the first round.
It starts off with the 3v3 situation at the mid-game, where Zero was able to punch through and put a bullet to the head of one of the players from WPM Lowkings on the swimming pool side. And again, it's a tough spot. You know, the guy was on the head glitch, and he still managed to pull it off. And as soon as that happened, the team gained confidence and, of course, flood the gates into that staircase. And the next thing you know, they came in with a pincer maneuver to drop off Susano. Now for Lowkings, still doing the same exact thing, flooding that A side. I think it's going to be a risky take for them, but they managed to open up with Demores dropping a double.
What a front man he is. Getting the opening more than enough for them to get the bomb planted as well. 3 players left alone for the set of SHUSHHH. This might be a 3-dimensional push as well. It's player 4, Edic, playing around Money House 2, Mouse playing on Gardens, and so far it's gonna be 0 actually putting up the impacts one with a scope, but PJ quickly to respond back with a trade as well. Still a lot of exchanges coming through, but SHUSHHH needs to move in quick if they are longing to win the round.
PJ just playing sneaky, but Mouse spots him, and there goes the cat pouncing on the Mouse. Here we go, one more time sliding in through. He opens up this A side. Luffy, the last man standing, still got 0 kills. He knows where the bomb is planted. 9 seconds left. He just has to buy the time, and he knows what's happening. Mouse continues to prowl, but the time is not enough for him to defuse. And Lowkings takes 1 offensive win.
Actually, a smart play there for the set of the West Point Mamba Lowkings. Luffy stalling it out. And something about the formation here for the set of SHUSHHH. If they are longing to win a round up against the West Point Mamba Lowkings, I think they have no problems in terms of playing a retake. So leaving that A bomb site, just headed for the side of the West Point Mamba Lowkings and playing 5v5 might be the play that they have to do, but looking like they still want a chance for more, as we do see one player from the side of SHUSHHH still committed onto the A bombs. They actually make it 2.
They made some adjustments, but I'm just gonna pick that up easily. And Demor's there for the follow-up. Lowkings just steamrolling their way through the A side. And number 1 in yellow, PJ already on the kitchen. Now finding ways to kill Mouse on this alleyway. And that gets it to go. Down to a Dick on a 1v4. And PJ spots him on the mid-map. And that's just easy kill for him. Lowkings now takes the lead.
You take the lead, and it's getting convincing and convincing as it passes by. Keep in mind, SHUSHHH did win the first round. It's 2 streaks already being put up here for the side of the West Point Mamba Lowkings, and now they're trying to switch things up, leaning towards the B bomb side, in which, in fact, that is the proper read. I mean, look at the allocation here for the side of SHUSHHH. 4 players around the A parameter. Player 3, Edic, has a very tall order to play around with, and looking like they are actually going to be settling around the B parameter now. Very finicky rotation here for the set of SHUSHHH, but it's leaning towards it might work out.
Yes, Luffy still having a rough time getting his shots to connect, but a great shot from Mikey on the long range. Now they have drawn the first blood. The defense is kind of passive, so they're just waiting for Lowkings to go. Well, they're not going at the moment. They're looking to find 1 kill that could tie up the numbers in the match. And that opportunity still isn't found just yet. And Mouse just lighting it up. I mean, you know, one thing that you can recommend, what you can comment about SHUSHHH is their ability to control the recoil of the gun on the long range. I mean, we did see Mikey lighting up Luffy on the gun, and now Devourer running up on the zigzags to spot one, and of course still in remain to keep the team having that 1 kill lead in this round. Totally works.
One commendable fact about SHUSHHH is that they don't really play by the pace of the West Point Mamba Lowkings. They still try to play aggressively and play by brute force, and it's just that, you know, the talent here from the side of the West Point Mamba Lowkings pretty dominant in terms of the gunfights as well. So as now we move in here to this B bomb site, we do see a 2v3 situation here with Zero gonna go for this wrap around. Needs to deal with a player there on towards Gallery, in which in fact he does get shut down by the very player. PJ with a double piece will secure that round, extending the lead by 2 for the side of the West Point Mamba Lowkings.
We're definitely we're seeing some fight in it for SHUSHHH. You know, they can handle themselves against Lowkings in this S&D. Well, technically, they've been able to successfully manage to shut down Luffy every round. And, you know, having 2 players from WPM having 0 kills, it's good enough for you to have a chance to win this. But now, as soon as we say that, PJ lighting up with the double, extending way forward to the enemy lines. As he fights, he gets 1 kill the second, and that's the quadra. 1 more to get that ace. Could be the first one in Garena Masters 4 history. PJ spots the fire, and there it is, the first ace. First ace of the season goes to PJ.
What a spray down. What a spray down. The intellectual capacity that PJ can offer. Y'all better watch out. Yopi, you took the first game out of the way. But PJ, he owns the search and destroy. We move along here to this round number 6. We can't expect nothing more than just heat from the West Point Mamba Lowkings.
With a play like that, you're gonna see Lowkings be pumped up, man. But Devourer doing a great job controlling the situation. But Luffy now gets himself his first kill. Took him from 6 rounds, but I'll take that. SHUSHHH now down to their final 2 players, and Mouse exposed in the open, and Luffy's gonna pick that up easy. Gonna spot 1 more player on the bedroom, so he's not gonna spot the player just yet. But now he does. He misses the first one, relocates back to the pool. Now finds it for the second good space and the pistol to finish it up. And there it is. Lowkings taking a 4-round lead.
4-round lead. You only take the first round, we'll take the rest. That's how the West Point Mamba Lowkings will roll out, and that's just gonna be it. I mean, GG well played for that first half. Second half could be a different storyline. Maybe, who knows? I mean, maybe SHUSHHH would have a better run on offense. And looking like they are gonna be heading straight to this B bomb set, in which in case Luffy will be the first player that they have to watch out for, and the rest will be the 2 players on that mid lane.
Still a very useful take here for SHUSHHH is that they just have to slow it down. Wait for a pick from Zero at least. But not when you have Luffy holding his sights up against you. And this guy scored 3 kills last round. So definitely has the hot hand. And not the guy you want to face on the other side. And there it is. That's what I'm talking about. He spots the second. He spots the third head. But that guy won't just move right away, Warden. It's a 2v5.
Yeah, make it a 2v4 now. PG will take down a Dick. Quick kill from the side of Morris. Drawing to get some more. But Devour shuts him down. The 1v3 won't last for so long because Yopi from the wraparound will secure the deal and will secure the match point advantage as well. One more to serve a 2-0 for the series.
There's definitely a strategy that SHUSHHH is trying to line up in here, but it's just the gunfights, not participating with them. So it goes both ways, you know. There's a correlation between you with the strategies and you winning your gunfights, and it totally makes it easier when you have your gunfights and your strategies working for you simultaneously. And that's not happening for SHUSHHH, but it has happening for WPMs at the moment. Currently, they're on the defensive side, and now we know that the bomb is going to be planted here. The first 5v5 Ridic Warden, 42 seconds for WPM Lowkings to take this.
More than enough time, plenty of a lot of time. So far, the first engagement will come in, but a quick response here for the set of SHUSHHH will come in as well. Yopi evening things up, forcing it down to a 3v2 situation now, making a 3v1 as PJ will put his influence as well, and Yopi will seal the deal and will secure Search and Destroy as well. 7-1 victory. You take the first round, we'll take the 7th.
Impressive. Impressive performance for WPM Lowkings. Well, it started off with that 250-9 victory on that hard point, and then an incredible performance at this S&D. Now, basically, what they're trying to imply is that they're the team to be looked out on this game, on this season, because we know that they lacked the opportunity and, of course, the experience last year. But now that they have, you know, the loss, the wins last year, it basically accumulates, and of course you learn from it. And this season, a great start for them. Early 2-0 lead on the series, and PJ drops a 15 kill on this 8 rounds of action.
Search and Destroy 15 kills. You just love to see it now, you know. And it was basically a highlight reel for the set of for PJ, for West Point Mamba Lowkings. I mean, that ace right there really brought him up big time. And that's just pretty much it. I mean, we did base off the storyline for Ray to be leading towards Luffy, but PJ was able to take the one out by a storm as well. And that's just the grind continues here for the set of the West Point Mamba Lowkings. And keep in mind as well, actually, Callie, since we are in the group stages here, the last run that the West Point Mamba Lowkings had in the group stage, they came out absolutely flawless, man.
Yeah, I believe it was 6-0 if I'm not mistaken. I believe it was a double round robin last season. And, you know, for them to do that, it's totally possible that they might pull off the same thing here over again in this Group D, where obviously WPM Lowkings is the only veteran team. The rest are just rookies, by the way. And it lives to the point that, you know, WPM Lowkings is going to steamroll. It is possible that they're going to steamroll this group stage. And honestly, it's great for them, because great 2-0 start on this Group D means it's promising for them.
Yep, pretty promising for them. So 7-1 on Search and Destroy, 250 on 9 on Hardpoint. How are you projecting this control here, Callie? Because it is really leaning towards a 3-0. Then again, you know, we're still empty-handed here, but if we're going to be basing off the fact that the gunfight is just much more dominant here for the set of the West Point Mamba Lowkings, there's 2 ways that they can have a play with this. And I think they are going to be choosing the latter for this. The first one is obviously playing by the OBJ, Second one is playing by the KD, and I think the Westman Mambo Lowkings has more than enough potential and capabilities to just slay out the competition here and drain out the lives of SHUSHHH.
More than enough potential word, and they're starting off on the defensive side, so automatically they know that the players struggled on the gunfights, not just in the last round, but of course in the hard point as well. So they're confident with their gunfights. They might just go in full in attack here with their gunfights and just defeat SHUSHHH. And it's not gonna be a good sight to see, but I do want to have a round win here for SHUSHHH, but I know it's impossible.
Definitely. So, you know, if in the worst case scenario, this might be a 3-0, but for Control, I guess what we could really hope for is them, you know, having a scratcher on the mark of the Westman Mambo Lowkings. But till then, we did see that, you know, they did win the coin cost for this one, and they did choose most of the maps. And in terms of the sides, the Westman Mambo Lowkings as well has this better take. So it might not lean towards the fact that they have the upper leverage for Control, but till then, no information, no history. It might be a different start here for SHUSHHH, and it might be a good foundation for them to, you know, put up a scratch, especially in a game mode of Control up against the Westman Mambo Lowkings.
Realistically, looking at the way that the first two games were handled, you're gonna think that Lowkings are definitely gonna dominate in this Control. And yes, they would do. Not gonna be biased in here, but that's just what the facts are looking at right now. I mean, you're going up against a team that has made it possible for them to go up against the juggernauts of MSP, Blacklist, Smart Omega, and ALMGHTY. And to touch up on that, they were able to play in the best of the Garena region itself. And it's just a huge question to like give them that, you know, you have to win this game.
Yep, definitely do. I mean, after all, in terms of the groupings here, they don't really have the hardest of the groups here, man. They are most likely guaranteed to get 3-0s for the most part here. I mean, I'm not neglecting the talents that Forest Kings and RAU FRANIC has, but then again, the Westman Mambo Lowkings had worse brackets compared to this, and clearly they didn't really have any problems at all. The main question that really revolves around the Westman Mambo Lowkings is that, are they enough? Or do they have enough firepower? And are they going to be able to bring the same energy to the playoffs later on? Because they are most likely projected to head on to the playoffs. So for now, this is a good start for them. Let's see if they can maintain their consistency as the tournament progresses.
Obviously, right, you know, you can never really gauge how strong WPM Lowkings is on the group stage because they have never played a single group stage where they had to line up with an uninvited team. And we know that Lowkings has been part of the top 5, but they have never been part of the top 1 conversation ever since the start of their appearance last year. And now we're starting in here in this Control game mode, and obviously speaking, WPM Lowkings, just by looking at the hard point earlier, 250-9, you can briefly gauge how good their gunfights is and overall their map control. And you can see it clearly in here right now. PJ extending out on the spawns with that switchblade. That gun is very versatile on the close range, fast time to kill, and the reload still managed to stay him alive, but now finally he gets removed. So 21-13, and SHUSHHH really jumping like flies.
Dropping like flies, and absolutely, they are going to be choosing the latter option. You're suggesting they're going to be playing by the KD. Susano here wrapping around will find a 2-piece, but will not be able to convert with a triple as well. But all over the place, it's just how the Westman Mambo Lowkings is. And you know, if you want to talk about adaptability as well, Luffy is bagging that SKS, so it's going to be a first time that we're going to be seeing a composition for that SKS for the Westman Mambo Lowkings. But for now, Cali, take a look at this round. 6 more lives to reap away, 4 seconds to play around with for the side of SHUSHHH, and it actually might not go for the side of the Slays here, actually, by the KD. I mean, BJ.
Yeah, it's a win through time expiration, so good job for SHUSHHH, maybe for keeping their lives there left before the clock runs out, but no, that's not a good sight to see, man. You hate to really watch a game where it's just all one-sided, but you have to give it up for SHUSHHH. You know, they made it here. Now, we can treat it like welcome to the Garena Master scene. Yep. Type of way for WPM. It's like shock dunking on Kobe or something like that. But yeah, that's what's happening in here right now. And you clearly see the dominance that WPM can do up against a rookie team.
I mean, after all of this thing is that, you know, when you lose a game, you lose a series overall. There's a lot of things that you got to learn. There's a lot of things that you have to learn how to be aware of. And clearly, there's a lot of catch-up that SHUSHHH has to do, especially if they're longing to advance even to the playoffs itself. And let's just hope that, you know, as the tournament progresses, they can go back to the drawing board and try to learn and try to fix up what they can offer on this competition here. Because keep in mind, you know, after this matchup, I mean, after this day overall for the set of SHUSHHH, they are going to be going up against Forest Kings for tomorrow's run as well. So that might be another, that is going to be another opportunity for them to bag more points for this group stages. If ever they're not going to be able to capitalize, that's going to be draining their odds to advance to the playoffs in this competition, Cali.
Absolutely right, man. As Lowkings are looking to make sure that their attacks are just gonna line up in here pretty well. SHUSHHH on the defensive side had no impact whatsoever. They're currently being trapped right now by PJ on the top floor controlling that P2. And well, they are getting wrapped around and encircled. The flank is coming through and everyone just drops every now and then with the operator skills being invested by WPM Lowkings. And SHUSHHH has to take through and have to survive this beating and just hope that the next time that they play, they're gonna have an even odds of winning. And it's totally possible because, you know, apart from Group D, Lowkings is the only experienced team inside of this group. So like RAU, FRANIC, Forest Kings, and SHUSHHH, they are all rookie teams and they have equal chances of winning in the group stage. And the chance for them to play the playoffs is totally possible if they make up for the next game. But just looking at this game right now, totally looking like a WPM Lowkings win.
Looking to be a storyline that's just going to be titled as the West Point Mamba Lowkings Domination Annihilation. Every ED, as you would say, Cali. And that's just pretty much it. I mean, moving along here for this round number 3, we've seen West Point Mamba Lowkings win an offensive round. Might as well win it out as once more and secure this one in a 3-0 manner. And something about them just not changing the pace, that's something kind of worth mentioning here. Because the West Point Mamba Lowkings has this problem with their run during 2022 is that complacency, man. And with them not slowing down here, not giving any mercy at all, that's really something I'm kind of approving here for them. That's a developing stake, and that might come in quite handy in the long way, especially as they advance to the competition.
And the playoffs is going to be entirely a different thing because all the best from the group stage are going to line up and of course fight for the championship spot, and totally a different ball game because it's a best of 5. So you got to have endurance, and for Lowkings to actually try to manage to get that, it's totally possible. But again, we can really never gauge the true strength of Lowkings when they're facing a rookie team. And obviously speaking, there is going to be one more round here that SHUSHHH has the opportunity to extend to. And well, right now, they're doing a great job, but the clock is ticking.
Yep, it's dwindling down. 19 more seconds to go, 11 more lives to invest into as well. And I don't think for any reason at all that the West Point Mamba Lowkings will give any leeway for the set of SHUSHHH. And clearly, they are absolutely about to seal this game up. It's done and deal, man. It's a said and done deal with the game here in the series as well, over with. 1 more seconds to go, and the game is now chalked out. The West Point Mamba Lowkings will win the series 3-0.
Yeah, it's just the fastest series that we had all throughout the day. I mean, the first one was Hueti with NACAGUE and ALMGHTY fighting on that hard point. Second match was just kind of a snowball 3-0 from the boys. And here this time, it's not looking great at all.
Yep.
3-0. Fastest game in the season. The fastest game in the season.
I mean, I think it all has to come down with that hard point as well. You know, 250-9. It's just going to be it now. And I know you all are probably questioning who's that guy in the white shirt right there. I think that's one of their analysts for the team, for the squad as well. So, you know, having a hand for with Alea as well comes in quite handy. So, and I think that analyst is named Sam. So that's going to be more composition here being brought here for the set of the West Point Mamba Lowkings, but that's pretty much about it. In terms of control here, man, it's still going to be PJ's storyline here as he does bag this MVP. And I think if ever we do head straight to the interview, I think it might be him, man.
Yeah, PJ absolutely terrified SHUSHHH on that S&D. I mean, going up, taking the first A is obviously one of the better things that this guy can do. And that's one thing that he's been good at ever since the start of their season last year, Green Master Season 1. And just to touch up on the fact that this game is the fastest series, the first game that we had, it was an hour long. Second game was the same thing. This one ended in 30 minutes, not 30 seconds, 30 minutes. Just how fast this game ended. And well, good enough for WPM Lowkings, but I expect SHUSHHH to bounce back on the next game that they will be playing. And I do hope that their gunfights improve.
Yeah, hopefully, man. It's really all going to come down to the gunfights as well. You'd rather have a team that is filled with really promising gunfights rather than a team that has a lot of projections but can't really execute them quite well. So really, SHUSHHH has to double it down in terms of the gunfights, and I think coordination can come in second as well. But overall, you really want to have all three factors to settle down: coordination, gunfights, and obviously composure to bring yourself up in a convincing manner in this competition of Garena Masters 4.
Absolutely right. This is a great experience for SHUSHHH, and hopefully they do learn from this, because this is the top of the line that you can get in this group stage. You know, you're going up against WPM Lowkings, who just give you a 3-0, and now you obviously got exposed to what you're lacking at the moment, and now it's a matter of bouncing back and what you would want to have. And it's totally possible here. But congratulations to WPM Lowkings as they take away their first 3-0 and their first win on the season. And they did it in such a very fast way, in an incredible manner.
Yeah, pretty incredible manner right there. You can't get more dominating than this. I think if any team can top this one off, I'd be quite surprised, man. 250 to 9, 7-1 in S&D, and 3-0 in control. I mean, it's not really a question if we're going to be able to see another Search and Destroy that will end off 7-1, or same goes for Save Control 3-0. But that hard point, I don't think any team can top the one off, man.
And no one can replicate what just happened there. It requires a series of gunfights and lineup of setups for the next hardpoint rotation, which eventually Lowkings had snowballed right from the start of the map. And it's just unfortunate to see games like this. I don't like to see games like this because it's all one-sided, but it breaks up the game. Things like this happen every day, and SHUSHHH has to take this learning experience to be better on their next game.
With every loss, there's always a lesson that you can adapt and try to learn and try to project in a much better case for the later on competition. Keep in mind, so early to call on how this one's going to pan out for the side of SHUSHHH, but this is only day number 2, and this is their first appearance here for this Garena Masters 4. There's still a lot more matches to prove themselves worthy, so it's just all going to come down to them on how they can go back and go back to the drawing board and bump themselves up to the driver's seat.
Obviously right. So right now for Lowkings, it seemed like for them the next step is just to keep up this pace. You just can't give mercy to anyone in your group. Even though they are a bunch of rookie teams, you can't just give them mercy, because what you're playing for here is not just to be the #1 seed in Group D, but you're making sure that your mentality is on point and you're accurate with your shots, so you're prepared for the playoffs. And for Lowkings, they've done that here in this first day, and I hope that it continues and it's consistent all throughout their matches in this 4 weeks.
Definitely, and that's just pretty much it. I mean, in terms of the highlights here, it never really sided for the set of SHUSHHH in any way whatsoever. Frags was just sided and was raining upon for the set of the West Point Mamba Lowkings. I hope some way in the competition that we might be able to see a little bit more showcase for the set of SHUSHHH, but for now, really, it's just going to be concreted right there that the West Point Mamba Lowkings will own each and every game mode for this one.
Yeah, obviously right. And again, congratulations once again to WPM Lowkings and SHUSHHH, Warden. Now, despite of that beating, they stayed until the end. They did not quit. So respect to them, It's hard to go and see things like this happen, but they made sure that they fight until the end of the game. And your MVP of the game, that's going to be PJ. We know him. He's Mr. 40K on hardpoint and the guy who just scored the first ace on the season. PJ, your first Garena Masters MVP for Lowkings.
Yep, first one up in the board, getting one of the most nastiest ace that we have ever seen in this competition for Garena Masters 4. That spray down. You can't ask for a better spray down than that. Converting into an ace, absolutely stellar performance by this man.
Absolutely. So with him, this is what's more impressive. He's got the highest KD out of all the teams that played so far. 2.58 KD ratio on that respawn, so very great for him and of course for the team. And now The next goal is to win the next one, and that would be, I believe, next week.
Yep, definitely. I think next week it is. And in terms of their schedule right there for the side of look, I mean that's that's something for us to talk about later on. We're gonna be heading straight to the interview now. Say hello to the West Point Mamba Lowkings. PJ here in the house. PJ, how are you doing first of all?
Hey, wait. I'm feeling great because we won and we dominated the games already. I know offense to the other team, but it felt really great to dominate in another major tournament. So
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
so
great.
So the first question I have in mind for you here is that how do you all feel about starting off quite strongly here in the group stages? As you all may know as well, as you guys may know as the Lowkings himself, that you guys are one of the best teams in the group stages. So how do you feel about that one?
Hey, sabi all, hindi ako. Wait. Come here, everyone.
Oh, yes, coming. Oh, it's still teamwork.
Yes. What can I do for you? What's the question?
How do you all feel about
Bro.
how do you all feel about starting off strongly in the group stages, having a 3-0 win?
Good. Because... Na-English na! Pwede ba Taglish?
Oh, you can speak Tagalog. We can translate it for you.
Yeah, we can translate.
Okay. So, kasi feeling ko sulit kasi ilang oras rin kami nag-ano kada araw mapping tsaka grind. Tas kung ganito rin resulta, sana tuloy-tuloy hanggang playoffs na rin. Sana makahula na kami. Sana 2023 year na ng Lowkings. Kaya sana talaga sa amin na to. And I feel great. Tama.
Okay, Warden, what does that translate to English?
Basically, they just basically have been grinding their streams and all. I mean, they're really dedicating the time. And I mean, as you all can see, they're in the bootcamp right now, having this whole composition here, Cali. So as we move along here, man, do you have any questions yourself?
Yeah, I have one final question for WPM Lowkings. As a team, is this the fastest series you guys ever played in the pro scene?
Yes.
Okay, that's it. Thank you guys for having us for the
Wait,
interview.
Can I talk?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
First, shout out to my dad. It's his birthday. Love you, daddy. I miss you.
Yeah, well,
Okay, that's pretty much it.
happy birthday to your dad, PJ.
And shout out kay Lexi Duldug. Siya na daw malakas. Sino pa yung shout out mo? Shout out mo na. Wait, don't noise.
Wait, guys, hold on.
Unfortunately,
Okay, cut that out. They're so wild.
they need a bit of talking to do. They need a bit of talking that they gotta do.
Yeah.
With an interview segment, man. But
The skill issue is
Oh my
not
days.
the issue, it's the language barrier. Yeah, never mind. But yeah, a great finish for them. And now we're ready for another quiz. And of course, a few guys that's studying in Garena Call of Duty Mobile Academy would like you to get a chance to win exclusive crate by answering this question. Oh my lord. This just happened earlier, of course. Who was the MVP player of the last match? A, is it PJ? B, is it Yopi? C, is it Luffy? Or D, is it Demores? Now, in order for you to win this, you gotta answer plus your player ID and plus Popquiz hashtag in the comment section, Warden.
no, I think it's gonna be Demores and Luffy for this one, man.
Yeah,
They were
right.
able to back up great impact for the squad, and that's just pretty much it for my takeaway. If I was to answer that question myself, but for you guys, if you guys want to take a hand as well, or if you guys want to take an answer as well on the, I can't forget just what just happened on the interview, Cali. So pretty much it. Just comment down in the comment section for your answers, for you to have a chance to get a reward at all. But that's gonna be the wrap up here for the West Point Mambo Lowkings and SHUSHHH series. After this, we're gonna be getting our last and final match, and that's gonna be BBC or the BONDEE Boys Club against R&D. But before that, we're gonna be having a short break. We'll be right back.
We're now in our final match of Super Saturday, the two-time Garena Masters playoff contenders BBC or BONDEE Boys Club has taken on the rookies R&D. It's Cali alongside Warden joining you in the caster's headquarters. The game is still loading up, so let's talk about lineup changes in here. BONDEE Boys Club lost their core players assigned to WPM Lowkings and Wacky, a solid sniper, nowhere to be seen. Now Warden, they compensated by acquiring Z-Man and Josh. Do you think that's gonna be more than enough?
I mean, Z-Man has been able to dominate in the Filipino scene for the collegiate level. So with Z-Man now being part of this lineup, I think it's gonna quite actually transverse into the point where their firepower might be a little bit much more better. And keep in mind, actually, there was a rumored change during Stage 4 that Z-Man was supposed to join the West Point Mambo Lowkings. So it clearly shows as well that, you know, he could be a pretty interesting addition to the team of BBC.
He's that guy that, you know, you would love to have on your team because he does all of the little things and of course all the dirty work. He can play that objective while supporting the squads as well. And obviously that's been the storyline for him, and it's good that he's been acquired by BONDEE Boys Club because he has an opportunity to show that he is still one of the bigger guns out there in the PH region. But recapping our today's schedule, Huntsmen went in and win 3-0 against Kazoku Legacy, and ALMGHTY won 2-1 against NACAGUE, only dropping that hardpoint Hacienda earlier. And after that, at the 1 p.m. matchup between WPM Lowkings and SHUSHHH, it was a total shush down. Get it? Shush down from WPM Lowkings. 3-0. 34 seconds of play compared to a usual an hour. But now you see it's a BONDEE Boys Club and R&D playing in the next game. And here it is. The lineup of BBC. Warden, take it away.
We got Young Jay, Freezy, Seven, Zeman, Josh, and Jello for this one right now. And obviously, we got to talk about the newly addition. Obviously, we want to expand more about them. And since they are highlighted in black, that's gonna be Zeman and Josh for that one. I'm just quite excited to how this one's gonna pan out. I mean, since they did qualify for this Garena Masters, they have something to prove, and that's just pretty much it for me, man.
Now, we know that this club is currently captained by Young Jay. He's the leader of the crew here, but he decided to leave the game. So curious to see if he's gonna play, because we know that guy has been grinding. And well, now that we're gonna have Zeman in here, it just proves in the fact that he's really a great hardpoint player, but not really that the type of player you can rely on at SND, but he still is a threat. And now here we go, R&D, the first time we see this team. It's R&D Tokyo, Outdads, Mortin J, Ezreal, Malik, and Jay. And just a couple of facts in for this squad. They are former pro players, aspiring pro players, and finally, they have made it here at the pro scene.
Definitely. I mean, the last time that we had an upcoming team for the Garena Masters, it was a composition of Agnalia, Finesse, alongside with, if I'm not mistaken, Sector Zero as well. And really, it's so nice to have them as well, have them in this composition. So, dreams to come true. Let's just see if their grind is going to be enough for them to put up a scratch up against our boys from the BONDEE Boys Club.
And knowing that the team that they're going up against with is a very consistent Garena Masters playoff contender, you're gonna have to prepare a lot for this moment. And obviously, speaking for R&D, it is gonna be hard, but they gotta make sure they came in prepared and do their research, because that maps and modes, if they do win the coin toss, it's gonna be important that they pick the maps that they are confident at defeating these players, because looking at the mastery of BONDEE Boys Club, they definitely know all of the maps out there.
Definitely. So, BONDEE Boys Club, Randy Esports, I don't exactly know how they're going to be able to define themselves into the maps and modes. And I guess in some way as well, as soon as we move over to the maps and modes, I'm quite excited to see what are going to be the specialist bans. And it's looking to be the Claw and the Sparrow for this one. The map bans going to be Slums on Raid, so that's going to be leaving, take off, firing range, and standoff as an opener.
And of course, that hardpoint number one is going to be a key piece to see whether R&D can go toe-to-toe up against BONDEE Boys Club, because we all know that BONDEE loves to play search and destroy. And in fact, firing range was their baby at Garena Master Season 3. Young Jay had an ace with the sniper just by holding up one single lane, and that's impressive. And we'll be seeing him later on. And I do hope he's going to play here at this respawn, because he's very effective with that AR as well when it comes to playing hardpoint and control. But maybe with the recent changes, they'd love to see Z-Man do all the work for them. And I think if there's going to be changes, I think it's the best possible way for them to do that.
Definitely. Now, I mean, the storyline for the side of the BONDEE Boys Club kind of revolves around the same case as well for NACAGUE, where they are one of the top calibers for the Philippine scene. It's just that they are never really enough to reach to the semifinals or to the grand finals as well. They do struggle onto the early stage, the first two rounds of the playoffs, and they do trample as well on the bottom bracket for the playoffs. But in terms of us asking or seeing or projecting how far they're going to be able to put themselves into this competition of Garena Masters 4, they are absolutely the team that you should be watching out for in terms of reaching the playoffs. But the question is, are they going to be enough now to reach the top 3? Well, so far, it's just going to be the group stages we're talking about. And clearly, game number 1 is not yet going to start here. We are going to be facing a remake for the rooms here, Cali.
It's the wrong side. R&D picked the red side. I think they're on the blue side earlier, if I'm not mistaken. But you guys go check that and confirm that for me on the chat. But yeah, we're going to be stalling and we're going to be waiting for that game to continue to start. And again, Warden, R&D is a totally new team. No one really knows what they are truly capable of. But one thing, in fact, they are the second team to make it out of the PH qualifier bracket number 4. So It's gonna be quite a task for them to defeat one of the best teams actually in the PH region right now, but it's totally possible now that they're here.
I mean, totally possible for this one, and it's just about time for them to put up a scratch. I mean, first of all, they did get their dream, and that's going to be putting a step here in the major tournaments for Garena. Second of all, is how are they going to be able to live up to their statements and live up to their dreams? Are they just going to have a good opening here, have a good spotlight, and live up, or are they going to falter and struggle for this one here? Keep in mind, we also have to keep we are also going to talk about how much experience BONDEE Boys Club has in terms of major tournaments, so that's really one factor on what we can talk about. And since there's a lot more experience here for the set of BONDEE Boys Club, surely for sure composure wouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And obviously for them, they just have to execute their strategies as we hop into the final match of the day. BONDEE Boys Club taking on R&D here at Hardpoint. Take up the first match of this matchup, and obviously you're gonna have to find the way to break the spawns here. If you are BONDEE Boys Club, you would want to get the left side minimap spawn for you to be able to have access for that P2. And well, for 7, he's starting off how with a beautiful 2Ps.
Yeah, beautiful 2-piece, but does get shut down with the glove itself as well. And I love the intention here for the set of 7, you know, was trying to find an opening there for P4, while on the process we'll try to get the spawns as well for that left side of the map. But, you know, solidified take here for the set of R&D. They're really doing such a good job defining themselves on the very side, but the problem is no influence on that hard point will be found not until now, and it's going to be only 1 point for them to take contestment into, but it is the start now. As we can see, BONDEE Boys Club nowhere to be found.
Interesting take here for both ends, absolutely, right? Because you see, currently on the top left side and the top right side, you got 4 of the players from BONDEE Boys Club and R&D having that CVR4, and one has to use that SKS. So typically the same sort of gun composition, and we are seeing the same exact amount of scoreline, 17-19. In fact, R&D is even leading in the game, and so surprising act for them so far. Now that they're here, they also have the spawns for P2. Number 4 in Ezreal is holding that point down, so he's gonna spawn his team on his back, and Toggle is doing the dirty work inside of the hard point, while we do see BONDEE Boys Club find a way. They're gonna be successful at it, but briefly they get removed.
They get removed. They're actually struggling in terms of gunfights. This is really interesting to be found here for a set of R&D, and keep in mind as well, they do have an SKS to battle around with. And that's going to be player 4 ranking for the squad. Ezreal, for you, doing such a good job defining the spawns overall, and that's going to be leaving the players inside a hill in such a very easy position to just hold on to. And look at this lead, Cali. It's just getting wider and wider here as time passes by, but finally 7 from the backends will get a spray down and will accumulate 3 kills, 4 kills on that very run. They do get the break, but the problem is there's only 15 seconds to dwindle around with.
But it's still very important that that number needs to be reduced, and of course making it a single digit is the first priority, and 7 being there to clean up the scrap time is going to be important for BONDEE Boys Club. Now, it's going to be a 50-50 battle on the rotation for hardpoint number 3, but eventually 4 players lining up for BONDEE Boys Club to take the players down towards P3, and there we go. They're going to open up with the hardpoint in their favor. They also have number 5 set up on the top floor control, so they get immediate access towards that mid-map, and they also have the generator spawn in control, but for some odd reason, the gods of RNG gave RND the chance to spawn off the generators, and now they take over.
We got Slim Cali in the house already, bagging it up. I mean, the flow is really quite insane here, just like how R&D is rolling this one up. 60-37 now. The lead just gets extended once more. For a moment there, the BONDEE Boys Club was so leaning towards the fact that they might be able to steal the lead, but R&D says no. But for a moment or so, they might be able to get this break inside a hill, and the pinch actually might be offered as well by player for Jello, but they just get trampled down regardless. Till then, the scrap time, R&D playing it, soaking it till it's dry.
Oh well, that's it. You know, the sponge just soaking everything up. R&D just making full use of the break that they had on that first 10 seconds, winning the rotation, not really winning the rotation battle, but they win the hard point objective time, claiming most of the money hill and that P3. Now come P4, it's still the same exact thing. From P1 to P4, we obviously see R&D chaining off the hill. And that's something the BONDEE Boys Club has to work on, because right now they've been outclassed in this positioning battle.
Yeah, I mean, the power positions is really just one factor why the BONDEE Boys Club is having a hard time putting themselves inside a hill. And let's talk about Ezreal here. Yes, for sure, he only has 6 kills up in the board, and he is really a big factor in why the spawns was so consistent here for the side of R&D. If he can only put up more kills, maybe till then he would have a much wider impact. And absolutely, as soon as I say that, he does pick up a 2-piece.
There we go. That's what it is. BONDEE Boys Club. This is what you've been. This is what you've been doing since Garena Masters 3. And now they're starting to pick up their pace, but still, there is gonna be some slight mishaps happening and going around. But a massive hold onto that P4 give them the opportunity to be a step closer up against R&D. And now the gunfights now obviously locking in for BONDEE Boys Club, and we could expect them actually taking over this P1 right now. But R&D, they still got the top floor advantage, and Ezreal's been doing a great job. He's got 10 kills and playing kind of the oversight towards that mid map to control the players from doing all the objective time. And there it is, Ezreal getting the attacks to line up, but not really connecting.
Not really connecting. If you can find the connections, it can really put up a big impact there, but the Hunter Killer drone chills him down. Jello finds a connection all over the place. If ever the correlation here for the set of R&D will get more consistent, especially if Ezreal is able to find those connections. Keep in mind the gun composition here is not so promising here for the side of the BONDEE Boys Club. I mean, having 4 CBR4 in a map like Takeoff, not exactly you'd want to see, but so far they are able to transfer big time in playing around the objectives. So that's really that, and that's one big struggle that they're really using up against R&D.
Yeah, now the momentum is living into the hands of BONDEE Boys Club, and it's just a matter of seconds now for them to take this lead. And talk about a massive change in pace, by the way. They came in slow at this first set of rotations, and as soon as we hop into the second round, they now have the chance to take the lead. They have the spawns, but that should be 50-50 for now, since Malik is gonna be there or the yellow side. And he's trying to take over that spawn, but with this operator skills perfectly invested at the corner, it should be enough for this team to buy some time to get more time in the hill. And now that we see that, they're gonna have a 10-point lead up against R&D.
I mean, Spotlight here rightfully owned by the players inside the hill from the side of BBC, but looking like R&D will actually get a break here inside the hill. Jello trying to take it all back. GODNADE will connect as well from the side of Freezy, and that's gonna be enough time, enough allocation for them to get a break once more and just put a much more convincing run now for their side here, Cali. 127 to 104. We do still see R&D trying to contest this hardpoint for dear life. The lead was on for them for the first half, but with BBC here stepping up big time, especially with their anchor Josh, finding the spawns for them, it made it so much easier now for them to put themselves inside the hill.
It's all about assessing what's happening in the game and what's not working. And for Josh, he knows that his job is to control the spawns, and that's what he lacked earlier up against R&D in the first set of rotations. And with him fixing that, that gave the opportunity for this team to gain an ingress in the match. And the next thing you know, they are up in the lead. Now for R&D, they are in desperation. They've been nailed down to the 100-point club. And earlier, we managed to see them claim most of the time here at P3. That could potentially be happening in this game right now, but not when BONDEE Boys Club is stacking their resources here over and over again.
Yep, that's just really the BONDEE Boys Club actually able to convert big time there on the P2, but P3, a different storyline now here, as we do see now the lead will be rightfully owned by the set of R&D. For the set of BBC though, they're trying to wrap around and try to offer a pinch, as clearly hardpoint retreat is one of the hardest hardpoint to find a break into. If you're spawning on medical, it's really not going to go to your way, and it's going to be punishing and hurting the BONDEE Boys Club big time here. 150 to 131 now. Still the scrap points getting contested by the side of R&D, while BONDEE Boys Club looking to get the rotation onto new.
This is gonna be a rough patch for BONDEE Boys Club, by the way, Warden. They don't have the spawn either, and of course, the one holding off that spawn is gonna be number 4 in yellow, who is holding off that SKS. So 2-shot capabilities for him in a 1-shot to the head could potentially end this guy's attacking him. But for now, it's gonna be the score streaks invested here for BONDEE Boys Club. That's gonna be the name of the game. The gravity vortex is going to be invested on the entrances, so that should keep the weight R&D for now. But at some point, you got to make sure you're prepared for the next gunfight. And you see number 1 in yellow with Malik right off the back, going in for the flank, but he's going to be dealt with. And R&D just going down despite having the spawns.
So unfortunate for them, and they actually tried to take their time to wrap around from the back entrance, but it's not really going to work out. And It's so unfortunate for them, but you know, that's just the Brazilians now for the set of the BONDEE Boys Club, and this is the second time that they have won hardpoint number 4. I think it just goes to show as well that, you know, they like to settle down who's going to be taking which hill. So BONDEE Boys Club really so well on P4. P3, a bit of a question mark. P2, they did show up a little bit as well. Let's see what they can offer here for both ends on this third rotation for the hardpoint scout.
Boy, one thing we saw from the first 2 rotations is that this hardpoint right here was back and forth. You got Ezreal number 4 holding up the top floor for the side of R&D, and you got Josh holding off the scaffoldings for BONDEE Boys Club for the last 2 rotations at this P1. And it's gonna be the same exact thing all over again. But here this time, this is going to be the final rotation, so everything has to be put into place, and you gotta connect your puzzle pieces, because if not, everything could just snowball up against your opponent. 189 to 160. R&D still fighting for this hard point. It's remaining contested for now, but the boys, Uni, and of course Outlets there to clean it up, and now they're claiming time.
Time inside a hill, absolutely where R&D is trying to put their names up in the board. What can they do when Josh is anchoring for the squad? That's just going to be stopping the flow actually as well. But for now, scrap time, still 100% of R&D. BONDEE Boys Club though, they are long to just the scrap time, and it's really not going to go towards their favor for a moment or so, but they do get the last touch regardless as well. But look at this intention from instead of R&D.
No.
Ezreal tries to wrap around to get the anchor out away from the BONDEE Boys Club, but it's not going to happen here, and this might be another probable money hill here for the set of the BONDEE Boys Club.
Yeah, that's just a blunder there for Ezreal. You had a good eye on that player, and you just failed to put in the shot to put him down and give your team the spawn. So now you gotta pay the price. They're spawning up top floor control. And Jello once again with the Purifier, which makes it an absolutely easy job for him to take you down. But the attacks coming through towards that mid-map scaffoldings attack from R&D definitely working. And look, they reversed the spawn at the moment, and they have the chance to flood inside of the hill. But number 4 in yellow is gonna break and of course pinch. But Jello's gonna win the gunfight, so it's still a 50-50 battle here.
Good effort from the side of Tokyo, taking down Josh on the process, and they do get the spawns for a moment or so, and they do get the break as well. Until then, it's just all going to come down to this last final battle for this very hill. Are they going to battle for the scrap time? They absolutely don't need to battle no more, because the BONDEE Boys Club, they have already settled to new. This game is really going down to the wire, but the lead is still on for the side of the BONDEE Boys Club here, Cali. P3, probably the worst hill from the side of the BONDEE Boys Club. Can they retain, and can they prove us wrong here for this one? They might as well do. They are solidified here, man.
And they're stacking their players on the top floor, but that is not going to be the answer here. The answer here is you have to win your gunfights, which they do not in the last 2 rotations at this exact same hard point. And Uni breaks in with the Purifier, finds 2 players and shuts them down and bullies out BBC down to their split spawn situation. And the initial investment made by R&D is all enough for them to break that hill and of course claim the time as we are down to the final few moments of the game. Jello stepping up, but eventually will get shot down 229 to 227 with 25 seconds left. It's possible that the game ends here.
Possible, so possible now. They just need to contest for a little bit more or so. Until then, the contestment will not be enough at all. The BONDEE, the Broke Boys Club here, they need to contest for dear life, and they absolutely get it well done.
No.
The game will not end here, not just yet here, Cali. It's not gonna end here, not just yet. I don't think so. I don't think so.
Oh, no.
And now, you do see the game continues now down to the wire. The best hill for the Broke Boys Club here to come in. Can they seal the deal? Gravity Vortex comes through. Josh cuts off the rotation. That is the detrimental factor in why and how they might be able to steal this game out away from R&D.
Oh, here we go. The pinch play coming through for R&D. 3 more points for the win. Josh holding his ground. He fights 1. Gets the second with the help of Z-Man. And they're standing strong. But they gotta win the gunfights. Josh with the huge 4 Ps. 4 to 6 kills to his name. And just 8 more points to get this game. And make it possible for them to get this victory. He's standing his ground for the last time. But R&D still bagging their bags and throwing their bodies inside of this hill. And they managed to break the hill. R&D shocking BONDEE Boys Club.
Wow. Oh, wow. That was insane. Oh my. We asked earlier with the matchup there with the Westman Mama Lowkings and SHUSHHH, we had one of the most dominating game. This is the most sweatiest game that I've seen so far in this competition for the Garena Masters. What a way to starting us off here for the set of R&D.
Definitely one of the closest, or if not, it is the closest match we've had. 247 to 250, a 3-point lead. And it had to go down to that hard point number 4, wherein we did see BONDEE Boys Club had a lot of success. They were stacking all of their operator skills. They added in that gravity vortex to the 2 main entrances, and of course have that annihilator to pop up the players that might be able to sneak their way in. And it was possible, but at the end, the spawns for R&D went into the left side of the minimap, which is closer compared to what BONDEE Boys Club had at that P3. And so it was just GG's, but total team efforts for both ends.
Total efforts for them. Oh, wow. I mean, in terms of the kills here, the BONDEE Boys Club, they had it more. I mean, only Z-Man didn't really bag a 40k there. And the only 2 players that bagged up those kills for the side of R&D was Tokyo and Uni, but where they excelled at most was really that that hill time. I mean, look at Odds, look at Uni, look at Tokyo, look at how they revolve themselves around the parameter and secure those hill time. And each and every second really went down to the wire, considering the fact that it was only a 3-point differential here, man.
Yeah, it's so surprising how like the kills favor BONDEE Boys Club and the death is just a lot more from R&D, yet this game was close. And this is where really the positioning every round of the hard point is important. You did see Ezreal setting up for his team, being that anchor spawn, spawning his team off the back to get them the advantage that they need for that P3, and of course in the P2 action on the last set of rotations, and it eventually worked. But for BONDEE Boys Club, you know, like what they did on the first set of rotations and what they did at the last, it was just kind of the same thing all over again. They repeated the same mistake and it costed them that game. They let go of the spawns and it turned out R&D wins the game.
Yeah, they win the game. It all went down to the wire. What an absolutely insane game we had there for hardpoint and takeoff. And you know, despite the fact that the accolades here for the side of the BONDEE Boys Club is much more promising here for firing range, search and destroy, we might as well expect the same type of energy here. I mean, we now know what are the capabilities of R&D. That, you know, in terms of gunfights, in terms of coordination, in terms of projection as well, they have it all. Now I'm just interested to see how it's going to correlate to the power of the BONDEE Boys Club on S&D.
Well, now it's going to change because Youngjae is going to enter inside for the team of BONDEE Boys Club, and now firing range, we know it's their bread and butter. Dual snipe setup with Freezy and Youngjae having that sniper. And for R&D, yes, that game was such an amazing battle for position and it totally won them that game, but it's not enough. You gotta win this coming map to get that 2-0 lead in the series and maybe get the control as well, because you're fighting for placement points here.
Yep, definitely. And that might actually be a scratch as well in terms of how far they can put themselves into the playoff into the playoffs now. I mean, I did project that on Group A that it's gonna lean towards SKADI and the BONDEE Boys Club, but if ever R&D can put more of a promising run here for this very day itself, then I might have to switch and might have to rethink my choices here. And keep in mind, you know, we're talking about new bloods going up against the veterans on this competition, and with R&D having such a good composed run right there, we have no absolute idea how much more they can offer in this competition, and it might as well just get better and better as the tournament progresses here, Callie.
Absolutely. And so just by looking at that first game where it was close, you're just like filled with this excitement knowing that this coming S&D game could be close as well because of how much effort these two teams put inside of the game. And do remember that, you know, R&D were actually outslayed in terms of the game. They were just focusing so much on that hard point, but yet with the position that they had, they were able to win that. Now, if you're able to put that here at this S&D, if you're able to win that position in battle, that's going to give you a step closer or an inch better against your opponent. So let's see if that's gonna work here. R&D has the opportunity to go up 2-0 in the series and potentially win the overall game, but it's too early to say. First round opening up.
First round opening up. Let's go so far here for the side of the BONDEE Boys Club. Playing quite aggressively here for player 3, Freezy. Already extended through the first floor of the wooden house, and he will be able to get the first kill up in the board as well. Uni under his name, looking for some more as well, and he's still not stopping at all. Really longing to get those frags here, Callie.
A very aggressive take here for Freezy. He just goes, man. He just goes. Youngjae picks up Ezreal. And they're encircling these players. And you know, BONDEE Boys Club, their gunfights are absolutely mental. And Outlet's gonna be the last man. Z-Man there to clean it up. And BONDEE Boys Club takes the first round.
Takes the first round, and that's gonna be by sheer aggression as well. R&D better watch out. I mean, something about the composition here and the talents for the side of the BONDEE Boys Club is that they exactly know how to ruin your morale as well. They don't really care if you win the first game. They're still going to be playing who they are, and as we can see now, as we kick things off, 7 will get the first blood. Tokyo already out of the equation, but a very aggressive push will come in here from the R&D on this A-bomb side.
Valdez had to stay alive there, but no. He died, and now the control is just gonna snowball for the hands of BONDEE Boys Club. But look at this, Ezreal up the back with the Holger, but Josh to spoil the game at the 11th hour takes that one away. I swear, it's always the late game here, Warden.
I mean, really going down to the wire here once more. Close though. I mean, I love the take it from set of R&D, just heading and putting themselves on towards the A-bomb side quite aggressively as well. Not playing by the pace of the BONDEE Boys Club. But now we approach here onto this round number 3. Let's just hope that they might be able to show a little bit more. But a bomb getting dropped down on the middle is not really the position you would want to be in for the side of R&D. And this might be another secure round here for the side of the BONDEE Boys Club.
And that just gives it away here. R&D knows that their attackers, the front one is going to be the initiator, but you just can't leave that guy on the mid map. To die him alone, now you gotta pick it up. Ezreal now. Oh my god, no. He stunned himself. Oh no, he stunned himself twice. That's definitely a skill issue, but never mind. 1v4. 1v4. Yeah. I was like, oh my god, no. I'm gonna get clipped. Oh, see? He's laughing. He knows it.
Well, welcome to the Garena Masters for Ezreal. Welcome to the big stage. I mean, in all seriousness here, Ezreal, you gotta take away that smile. I know you want to enjoy the game, but you know, you guys are down by 3 rounds. We need to see more composure from you guys. Moving along here for this round number 4, I just hope that first of all we don't see any bomb getting rushed down on that mid lane. Second of all, concussions, utilities must be thrown the proper way. Until then, we might be able to see a little more of a promising take here for R&D.
Oh, well, there we go. There it is. The composure that they need is what Malik just delivered right now. The package was Z-Man off to the next round. There's 30 seconds left in this game, but Youngjae follows up with the better answer. Gets himself a double. And, well, the smile is now looking serious for R&D.
Smiling no more. Game. Quite selling before it, but the talent's pretty loud. Youngjae gets concussed. Player 3 looking to get opening. Doesn't really get that opportunity. Youngjae, stellar performance for him. For positions, gets that information as well. And that's actually just him waiting out for the rest of his comrades to come into rotation as well. Looking like R&D leaning towards the A-bomb side. And honestly, this might be the best of choices.
Right, exactly. Malik has to pick this guy. Youngjae, we know he's a great duelist with that sniper. And he's got the range and, of course, the experience to back it up. He played for Smart Omega during one of the major events here in the Philippines. And, you know, it takes a lot of experience to get into one prestigious top team. And, well, here he is, scoring 5 kills for his squad, but he dies anyway. Freezy is sneaking. Malik did not see him, and now he goes in for the prowl, sliding in, but no outlets there to win that gunfight. Josh off the back, a 1v1.
1v1 situation. Josh, the sniper, could really change things up now. 30 seconds to fiddle around with, though. Does have the KRM as well to pick up. He absolutely does it. Good, well done. Odets, the rotating to barrels. Josh not really finding the proper call. And Odets, quite an aggressive pick. Could have played for time, but he wants to get it well done quite quickly as well. First round finally served for R&D.
All right, there we go. That's the round that this team needed. And, well, that's it. Let's see if they're going to be able to convert one more time. I mean, you got the momentum now, and they're looking to attack right off the mid map, which is kind of risky because BONDEE Boys Club is stacking 2 resources right there in that trailer. But anyway, Ezreal and Tokyo will be following up with 2 kills of their own, and 7 is off to a very aggressive attack right off the Woodhouse, and he's gonna lose that gunfight. So a defensive, aggressive attack is not nearly the great answer for R&D's output performance right now.
Definitely, but so far in this round, it's still not over. Demon picks up the double, but he does get traded by Audits as well. So it's gonna be El Capitan Yangre left alone. The 1v3 situation with a sniper in hand. What can you do? But first, the Godnade connects, and now the scope. Now, in a glimpse of a second, it's now a 1v1 situation. Ezreal, you better watch out.
Look him in the eye. Aim no higher. Summon all the courage you require for this 1v1. There's still a minute left in there, so Youngji has the opportunity to get himself a gun to play with at the close range. Now that he has a CBR4, is technically versatile in all of these areas, but the question is, do you have the timing to get that CBR4 working on this close range engagement? Ezreal now opening up. Youngjae now slides in for a wide pick. He's gonna spot the player and he hits it! 3-piece to end of round number 5.
He knows. He knows what he just did. He knows what he just did. Drink some water, my boy. You
Yeah,
need
he
it
needs
big
that.
time.
He needs that. He was
You
so hot,
need it.
man.
That was.
He was so
heated
hot.
up. Super. What a round there for Youngjae, and overall for the side of the Bunny Boys Club. Devastating for the side of R&D, man.
Absolutely. When you got a player like Youngji heating up like that, you'd hate to spot him and see him and go and challenge because, you know, you're going to end up with the vet and be sent to the next round. But anyway, look at this. This defense from the boys of BONDEE Boys Club is quite aggressive. One that we had seen just about earlier. And it's Freezy opening things up, getting that first ball against Outdets.
Changes will come through here on this mid lane, and so far it's still undecided on who's going to be able to win this clash. 3v3 situation here coming in, but the bomb drop here is going to be just playing around with it as well. 3 entrance per set of R&D, but player 5 here from set of R&D can't really waste no time at all. Tokyo trying to find his opening here onto that A bomb site, and in the process, Malik, Eagle's Eye, finds the connection through the window. We'll take down one, forcing it down to a 3v2 situation.
Perfect timing here, but Youngji has to back away. He has to wait for Josh to rotate. Now it won't work. He didn't stay alive, and Malik will spot the guy with the pistol. He's going to be missing the shots, and that should give some time for Josh to pick up his pace. He fights the...
Damn!
No way! No way!
Oh. Youngjae has put his name up in this very map, in this very game mode itself as well. Josh wants to have a piece of that. And that's going to be 5 rounds now here secured for the side of the Bunny Boys Club. One more for the match point advantage here. You can't get more exciting than this here, Cali. Round number 7 opening up. We got Freezy bagging the first kill.
Yeah, the attack just lining up right now for R&D, but look at the better place being provided here right now for BONDEE Boys Club. They have successfully planted that bomb. Now a 3v3 retake. Freezy now spots a player in the mid-map, swings over to the right side of the map, and now Freezy gets the second to go, looking for the third piece, but Ezreal dared to find the shot to connect. 29 seconds left, and Youngjae, he spots him, and that gives BONDEE Boys Club that match point.
Match point advantage. This could be another opportunity that we might be able to see another 7-1. And I don't know what's with Search and Destroy having 7-1 results here, Cali, but it has been happening quite a lot. But now, overall, R&D, are you going to settle for this statement, or are you going to try to put a little bit more of a fight? Now we approach here for the second half. It's going to be the offense now founded for the set of the Bunny Boys Club. R&D playing defense, and it's not really looking quite well as Josh will find player 2 out of the play.
The defense, of course, of the snipers from Youngjae and Josh can be quite suffocating, Warden.
Quite sophisticated. Still then, the game is still a hard call for this one, but looking like the Bunny Boys Club did have this information now. The bomb is gonna get planted here on towards the Bravo side. R&D needs to face a retake for this, and they got to worry about Freezy as well on this wraparound onto that A bomb site. This is gonna come in quite dangerous here if the timing is right.
Oh, well, Freezy's got 12 kills, so if he's got the perfect timing, I know he will. And right now, we're looking at Tokyo, but Freezy's already making the damage off the back, and he is staying alive right now. Uni will fail to attack right off the B side, and Freezy cleaning it up, and there it is, BONDEE Boys Club taking it on at this map number 2. No matter how R&D finishes up with that win at that hard point, they respond with an even bigger approach here. 7-1, a dominant victory. The margin of that hard point number 1 and this S&D is just big difference.
Quite a big difference here. Expected a little bit more for the set of R&D, but you know, there's just something that we kind of had our votes on already before even this year started, especially, you know, looking at the whole history line that how much statements that Youngjae was able to prove on that very map. So that's just pretty much it. But in terms of the MVP for this, it's actually not gonna be Youngjae. It's gonna be Freezy, being the lurker for the squad, being able to put up a big impact, and it was clearly shown, especially on the last and final round, which the rest of his comrades was really infiltrating that B bomb site while he was there still lurking at A, and which in fact he was able to get the last 2 kills to seal the deal here for Search and Destroy.
Well, the thing with Freezy is that he's always there to be the front man for his team, always there to get the first blood and engages early to disrupt like what kind of attacks and defense is R&D setting up. And with him disrupting those flow, it eventually led to a point where not only him is getting all of the attacks, but of course his other teammates just picking up the pace and using the momentum that Freezy built up on the rounds that he played, where he's got a solid eyes on the players. It eventually snowballed, and wow, like 7-1 victory. Such contrasting output compared to the first match.
Oh, definitely. But overall here for Control, I mean, we all know how hungry the boys of R&D can be, and I don't think they're just going to let Control slide like how it went down for Search and Destroy. We can totally expect them to try to bounce back here. Keep in mind, we've seen how much coordination and how much gunfights they can offer to the table as well, and that could be something that could be quite applied here for Standoff. So let's just see how this one's gonna go about. But in terms of Standoff here, Kali, let's just talk about this in terms of what kind of resources they can offer. In terms of the operator skills, Claw and Sparrow's out of the equation, leaving an opening for the Annihilator, the Gravity Vortex, and the Purifier.
Well, for me, what's the most valuable thing, or what's the most valuable operating skill that would be used here if you're on the defensive side, is that Gravity Vortex. I mean, the amount of crowd control that gun and that operative skill can offer is timeless. It can help you survive in this area, and it can also help your team back up and get some reinforcements in the particular point that you're defending. And well, as the attackers, you'd love to have that Purifier because, we're dealing with close range areas here at this point of control here, the control game mode. And well, it's a matter of timing it perfectly though, because once you die, it has to reset. It's gonna go back to 0.
I'm gonna go back to 0 right there. So hopefully, both of these teams is well renowned in Control. Because I mean, in terms of the BONDEE Boys Club, we kind of exactly know what they can offer for Control, and it's not really the most convincing, but they do have the numbers as well to back them off. For the side of R&D, I'm quite empty-handed myself. But as soon as now, as I'm talking, we are soon gonna be transitioning now to the last and final game mode here for today, actually, Kali. So let's see who can bag up the last and final W, or can bag the last final L.
I mean, there's a great possibility that, R&D might go for an upset here up against BONDEE Boys Club. Since they're starting off on the defensive side, so automatically, you're just gonna have to wait around these points of control, and you have the initial power positions to get you through and score all of these kills. But do take a look at this. BONDEE Boys Club, they sent in their resources very early. Look at the triangulated defense on that B control point, doing the first segment, and that's going to be number 4 in Jello, just doing all of the dirty work while his teammates are providing the backup for him to stay alive inside of that hill, which soon would diminish because right now Ezreal is looking to make a play. There's a beautiful double to open things up at the mid-map.
You can't afford to let that B control point go to the hands of BONDEE Boys Club just like that. So really good effort for them to take them off the control point. And that's going to be now actually R&D talk to extend it further more into the spawn trapping BONDEE Boys Club, and they're actually suffering big time. They're feeling in the heat for this. But look at the life count here getting drained upon here, Kali.
Absolutely, this is just R&D at the next level right now with the way they're controlling the map. But soon you'd see the BONDEE Boys Club gaining some traction. They've managed to narrow down that live department. It is now upon reach, but it is too early to say that because it's still R&D that has the momentum inside of the matchup. But with Freezy in here, doing some plays, opening things up at that mid-map, gathers this team to have 2 players inside of this control point, which makes it faster for them to control and of course score the time. But they just eventually get flagged down one at a time, and Freezy is left by himself inside, and well, he dies eventually, but it's still pretty close.
close here, but the influence on the team for Bunny Boys Club was so promising at the first take here, but it's not looking to be the same case no more. R&D looking to be one closer to putting up an upset for this one. Ezreal will take down Josh. 4 lives remaining here for the side of the Bunny Boys Club. Will 9 for the side of R&D as well. But the A control point will be the only control point that they got to capture as well, but with no resources whatsoever, aka the lives, this is not looking so well for the side of the Bunny Boys Club.
I think Bundy Boys Club at main point of a strategy here is just too far spread out for me, Warden, because we've had some instances where they had a great job defending the player that's doing the objective work for them at this B control point. Then at some possible way, they move into the A side to maybe just try to steer up and fluster R&D, but it didn't work, and so they didn't really have much time to gather themselves back up, because the next thing they know, they were spawn trapped by outlets and of course by Malik, and that has to change. As we move into the next control round, we're gonna switch the sides, and this time it's Bundy Boys Club on the defense, and greater promises for them right now.
Clearly here the sides really matters here the most, as we can see now the first 8 casualties really cited for the side of the Bunny Boys Club. 22 to 29. Finally, R&D, they do drop a body or so, but it's not going to be really the best trade-offs whatsoever. 18 to 28. Look at the spawn trap here. Well set it up already from the side of Bunny Boys Club here, Kali.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you want to do. This is just clinical mental round right now for Bundy Boys Club, totally making up for their mishappenings on that first round. So maybe they're just trying to end this here with win through elimination, and it's totally possible. Just look at the deficit right now, 5 to 26. 4 players dead for Bundy Boys Club on this second round, and imagine R&D just falling down like flies on this defensive side.
I mean, if it wasn't for the sides, I think R&D would be looking at the battlefield defeat already. It would have been match point or so. But, you know, quite fortunately, they were able to capitalize big time. And that's going to be, damn, you know, trampling for this one. Tokyo, I don't exactly know what you can do, but obviously just run for dear life. So here we go, 1-1 now. Kali, rounds now equalize. And this is really something that we kind of expected, man. R&D, very thirsty players they are. And they are going to be feeling the heat of Bundy Boys Club for this.
For sure, Bundy Boys Club is going to find some way out of that first round, you know. Adjustments has to be made. They have to just gather up in one area and just capture one objective at a time. They can't afford to spread out. And I feel like they're doing the same thing all over again. You see, they got number 2 in yellow to control that mid-map, but one of the players extended too far out towards B side, and one player was moving in at his A side. So it's not really great. So 26 to 24. And R&D still having that life count advantage.
Yep, and it might extend furthermore. I mean, look at how good both of these teams plays on offense. It was quite more of a convincing run there for the set of the Bundy Boys Club, but a win is a win if ever R&D can secure this one up. And if ever the exchange, if ever the flow of the game won't get changed, R&D just has this control game up in the bags.
And they are in pace right now. I mean, judging by the way that they are playing this game, you know, they picked the defending side. So if we're going to have to play game number 5, they're going to be the defensive side. So that automatically means they have the deeper advantage in this game. So right now, if you're Bundy Boys Club, you got to win one offensive side. And I believe the time is right now. 26 seconds left before the clock runs out and you lose this round. You got to make a move, and you got to make a move right now.
You're going to make it worth it as well. Every move counts now. Looking like the Bundy Boys Club here is prioritizing this B control point. 3 players here in the perimeter. 1 player anchoring on statues as well to get the map control at least. And looking like they are going to be able to put that influence on that B control point. Alongside that, we'll be able to put the pressure in terms of the life count as well. And now they do have the lead here. Josh with the Annihilator, Jello in on the feed as well. Make it 7 as well here, Kali. And as we thought that this round will be decided for the side of R&D, Bundy Boys Club, they want to say no.
And they're turning on the Jets. Bundy Boys Club locking things down. No player really for R&D to come in and secure the flank. A minute extended now for Bundy Boys Club. Can we see R&D defy the odds? I mean, a 4v7 is totally possible if they set their record straight, but that's not going to happen in front of Freezy and Z-Man, who is totally looking over the enemy spawns. Just one more player to take down. It's all down to Ezreal, who missed 2 shots coming in through before that attack gets engaged, and there it is. Bundy Boys Club winning that offensive side. They now have the opportunity to close this one out with a victory.
So unfortunate for the side of R&D, but that's just how it's gonna happen now. If R&D wants to prove a statement here that they can actually win an offensive round as well, it has to happen now, and it can't be any time else now here, Cali. As we approach this round number 4, we open things up. The frags kind of really still sided for the side of BONDEE Boys Club here, man.
Absolutely. Well, for R&D here, this is just the same thing all over again. You got to win your offensive side, which I think won't be possible if you're not going to play aggressive. Right now, they're back against the wall. You see everybody is just in the spawns right now, and Z-Man bringing in the Annihilator, which could be more devastating for R&D, but they managed to successfully shot that guy down. So they're trying to break free by using the tractors as their scapegoat, and they do so manage to get the mid-map control now.
They're extended as well. Blue House in control for the side of the BONDEE Boys Club. 7 cutting off the rotation here towards mid lane as well. And this is really looking to be a very devastating round, and this might be the last and final round here for control. As we can see once more, the map control from the side of the BONDEE Boys Club is just so dominant. But actually, a break from R&D will be coming into this A control point as well. If ever they can put in the influence and put the pressure here for BONDEE Boys Club and lure them and make them drop more bodies, till then, the grounds might be evened up.
Well, this attack here right now for R&D at this A site is totally giving them the chance to play with more time. If they capture this one, it automatically increases 1 minute to their lifespan, and Uni drops in the beautiful double, the slide to come in through, not only to make sure that they're able to capture this A control point, but of course to narrow down the life count advantage that BONDEE Boys still have had right from the start of this round number 4. But they gotta play serious, and they gotta make sure that they're serious as well, because you know for sure BONDEE Boys Club will be out here to claim it and end it.
One big Annihilator play can really change the tide for this one here, Cali. Going down to the wire, the odds is just so favored for the side of the BONDEE Boys Club. A minute to play around with here. R&D, they can slow things down. They can't afford to play by the pace of the BONDEE Boys Club, because that's exactly where they excel, and they need more. They need more of their rounds here, Cali. As we all can tell, match point advantage is on for the side of the BONDEE Boys Club, and it's clearly not gonna stay no longer that way here, Cali. Longing to end off this round. Control, 3 more lives to reap away, and it's gonna be a GG well played, handed for the side of R&D.
1 more player, 2 more player to go. Z-Man on the mid-map. Outlets back against the wall. Clearly as Freezy finds him and ends him. Now, all down to Uni. We saw him with that slide earlier. He wins 1 against Z-Man, but a 1v6. The guys on the tractor, they are lining up, and there it is. Freezy drops the final kill, and BONDEE Boys Club takes this series.
Well, that's just so devastating, man. I mean, they had that opportunity right there. The flow was going to them, especially since they were playing. They were starting off as defense, but you know that round number 3 was just a devastating take, man. Once they lost that one up, it was basically a said and done deal for them. But you know, good efforts for that last and final offensive round. They did show up a little bit of a fight. It all had to go down to a 1-6 life count, which was a bit much better compared to their first round on offense. So that's really that, and that's something that, you know, we don't want to cross out R&D not just yet in this competition, because then again, this is their first appearance as well, and they did play by the hearts, and they did push this to a thrilling game here, Cali.
Yeah, well, their performance said we want to cast more games today. Well, unfortunately, this is the last match of the days of this 4-match day. Well, I'm definitely short of games, but well, this one really got me hyped up for it, and this best of 3 from this team really did it for me. And talking about the player of the game, you know, Freezy, back-to-back performances, 14 kills on that search and destroy firing range, and now here with 28 kills and 20 deaths, just being involved in every way possible. He is just everywhere.
Pretty much everywhere right there. I mean, Freezy able to put up his name on search and destroy. Same goes for the side of control, bagging that MVP, rightfully owned. But you know, Audits, huge props to him as well. Having 25 kills it's pretty much a no joke in a game mode like control. So talent wise, capabilities wise, R&D really has it more. It's just that they gotta project a little bit more of a different take as they progress throughout the tournament, because if not, they might go down like this.
Well, here it is. You know, for R&D, I feel like they have a great promise. The potential is there, definitely. I mean, we saw that on the game number 1 where they had to fought their hearts out, and you know, they outlasted BONDEE Boys Club, so that's that. Now the goal here is for R&D to win maps in the coming days of the group stage, for them to be able to qualify on to that playoffs, where it's gonna be a totally different ball game. But it's just too early. Just the 2 days of action that we have for Garena Masters 4 so far. But I'm loving the second half.
I don't know what's with Garena Masters, no, but every time that we cast Garena Masters, Kelly, we always tend to lose our voice.
Oh,
And,
well, yeah. I think
that's
it's on
just really
purpose.
Yeah, I think it's really just the talents that's really included in this competition overall. We just end up streaming at the top of our lungs, and that's pretty much how exciting it was. I mean, I was really projecting at least like a 3-0 for this as well, but with R&D pushing this one up through, especially in that hard point, it exceeded my expectation at most. And with them being able to put up a scratch on, let's say, one round in S&D or same goes for the side of control. Though it was a dominated win for the side of BONDEE Boys Club, it is kind of a peak on, they can surely bleed if ever they do meet them once again.
They will do so, and I'm excited for the next time that they will meet, because this is a double round robin format for the group stage, and we never know. We might see R&D improve over time of this season, and they might just shock us, and of course they might be able to take a series away from BONDEE Boys Club, but that's gonna happen in the future. For now, it's gonna be BONDEE Boys Club clinging on with the victory in a very dominant search and destroy at firing range, and a not so close matchup on that stand of control, but a win is a win here, Warden. And now off to the highlights, dropping in here hot. This is the funny pattern that we had on this hard point. The first 2 hard points are going to be back and forth. Hard point number 3 is going to be taken over by R&D, and the BONDEE Boys Club will claim the money time at P4. And it happened not just once, not twice, but 3 rotations, Warden.
I mean, if you get those reads and as soon as the game starts, you can really expect that it's going to go down to the wire, and it absolutely did. 3-point differential. R&D took the game out away from the BONDEE Boys Club, but it still could have went both ways. It's just that, really stellar performance, really hard, persistent pushes was able to come through on the front ends of P4. Until then, they were able to get the break. BONDEE Boys Club, they faltered, but till then, if ever they got the proper read, maybe they would have gotten the 3-0.
Yeah, pretty impressed of how well R&D debuted. A lot of these rookie teams that we've had playing on the first 2 days of Garena Master Season 4, they were outmatched. Here, this time, they put up a great match, and of course, even impressed us by scoring off a victory against BONDEE Boys Club on that hard point takeoff. But just to go on a side note, I love to give a shout out. The Mustachio AG is in the building. Same thing with Wasabi Gaming. One of the casters that will cast on, I believe, in March 4, if I'm not mistaken. And also, we got a visitor happening and going on in the chat right now. That got amped from the top 4 or top 3, if I'm not mistaken, for the 2022 World Championship, where Lucazine was part of the team, is here with us right now. So we're definitely getting scouted, and of course, it's nice for you guys to be here.
I mean, the impact of your region, Dad CODM, has been quite stellar.
Yep.
and
I agree.
It might continue to do so. So that's just about it. But moving along here, let's talk about the MVP here. It's gonna be Josh, actually, from the side of the BONDEE Boys Club.
Well, I thought for sure that this is going to be crazy, but hey, it's a total team effort, right? And Josh is out here scoring guns and doing back with the SKS, something that the Brazilian region actually invented out of nowhere and dominated the 2022 World Championship, by the way. And he ends up with a 2.11 KD ratio. He was the anchor that was playing for the team during that hard point. But, well, when we had the chance to see him play on that S&D, well, the highlight there was the collateral to end like round number 7, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep. And coming in, like, we did talk about like how can Youngji dominate the search and destroy. Josh said, nah, it's my game, it's my round here, it's gonna be my day today. And that's exactly him popping off for that one as well. But we did talk about how it was a team effort, and they really had to put up a huge amount of team effort for Cali, because if not, R&D, they were really on the mission to put up an upset up against the BONDEE Boys Club.
Yeah, it was totally possible, because by looking at the first round, it was just, amazing to see how they were able to put it up. But now we're going to be hopping in for the interview. One of the players from the winning team, BONDEE Boys Club, is joining us here right now. And well, I wonder who it is. Hello, Z-Man. What's up, my dude? First question. How did you guys come up with the name?
At first, our team name was Broke Boys Club, but we changed that because the BONDEE app was trending around last week of January, I think. So we came up with the BONDEE Boys Club.
Oh, okay, Warden. Your question, Warden.
Oh, pretty interesting storyline right there for the name. I mean, we're so used to having the names and all really aggressive, but this is a reset right now. Now for you, Z-Man, how do you feel about going around with the nature of this team right here? Because you are one of the latest addition, right? And so far, how confident are you being fitted into this team?
I'm very confident because I trust my teammates so well, and I trust my gameplay too.
Okay, great job on the win. Well, Z-Man, if I tell you you're doing so great right now with the interview, way better than WPM Lowkings, so I'm starting your TV right now. But yeah, last question. Who is the team that you're looking forward to the most in the group? Because we know right now that you're qualifying for the playoffs, and who's the rival team that you guys would think would match you up perfectly?
I think SKADI, because they are a very good team, and Mids is my past teammate, so I want to beat him.
Oh,
okay.
Definitely something to look forward to the most. And well, Z-Man, thank you so much for joining us for this interview, man. You keep slaying it out there on the battlefield. Great job on the W for today. Have a great weekend, man. And of course, see you on the next one.
Thank you.
There it goes, Warren.
Mids versus Z-Man.
Z-Man. That's the narrative.
Well, hopefully we can see SKADI and obviously the BONDEE Boys Club go against each other soon enough as well. I can't wait to see who can win up against in between those altercations as well. Who do you think, Ali?
Oh, well, honestly, with BONDEE Boys Club performance on that S&D, I believe they are gonna have a better edge up against SKADI for now, just by looking at their performances on this first week. Because we got 3 more weeks up ahead, and there's 3 possible times where you're gonna see improvements over the course of this season. But for now, if you're going to make me pick between SKADI and this team, it has to be BONDEE Boys Club.
Okay, well, for me, I'm going to be sticking to just even things up, and till then, I mean, it's safe to say that both ends are quite evened up in terms of the firepower here. I mean, yes, for sure, the BONDEE Boys Club, they did falter in a hard point, but till then, it still could have went for them. So we might be able to expect them to polish that one up. So I think for me, I'm going to be sticking to the BONDEE Boys Club as well, or it could be transfers. I mean, I'm quite mixed up here, man, because my heart is pretty half.
Yeah. Because it's we're lost for words right now.
It's overall, I mean, in short, it's really a hard call to put the one up, and it's just all going to come down to whenever they do go against each other. Till then, we can slowly define who is a better team and who is a better player.
Yeah, we can gauge when they started playing. And of course, it also depends on the maps that we are playing as well when we get there. Well, for now, it has been an absolute performance for the teams that won today. But the main topic of discussion before we end this live stream, SR NACAGUE getting a victory against ALMGHTY. That's the first time that we see an invited teams getting a dent on this season.
I mean, really interesting take right there. And, there might be some factors on why SR NACAGUE was able to take that map away from ALMGHTY. But till then, honestly, from my point of view, there was really no excuses at all. But since you did take that map out away from ALMGHTY, you bet it's safe to bet that they're going to respond back with full force on the next 2 games, and that's pretty much them taking search and destroy and control with ease.
And the group of that is definitely something to look forward to the most in this group stage action, because you see LF Org, SR NACAGUE, Smart Omega, and Almighty, 3 of which is playoff contenders during the Garena Masters Season 3, and 2 of which was the representative of the World Championship for Garena in 2022 World Championship Finals, are in the same group. So that means there's only 2 possible teams that can make it out on the playoffs. So definitely a lot of spicy gameplays that we're gonna have to look forward to during the next course of the week. And now another thing to point out once again, WPM's dominance over SHUSHHH earlier today. Fastest game in the season.
Fastest game in the season, fastest hardpoint overall. I mean, it's not so unlikely that we tend to see like a 7-1 win on Search and Destroy, same goes for Civic Control, but a 250-9 win for hardpoint. As I said, like, I would be quite damned if I can see a team that could top off the dominance that the Westman Mamba Lowkings pulled through up against SHUSHHH.
Yeah, the only thing that the only weakness that we can see from WPM Lowkings is how they respond to the interviews, and I think that needs a lot of work. They were goofing everywhere. But yeah, with all that said, you know, one thing that we can recap on mostly on this day during this 4-match day, the Super Saturday, is that at least one of these teams was using the SKS. In particular, Derp was so good at it, even breaking the total points earlier with an SKS with 43 kills. So very impressive on how well the Latin American region was really able, the South American region, to actually, you know, influence the players from Garena.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you know, with every match that we did see as well, there was always an SKS. But unfortunately, Cali, I do believe that in the global scene, they did start banning the SKS as well. So soon enough, I think, you know, in our region as well, we might adapt to that. So, you know, guys, to those who has been rocking the SKS in this competition, enjoy it, because this might be the last tournament that you're going to be seeing it.
Wow, it definitely feels like you have a grudge over this SKS. Have you been getting destroyed by these teams, by this gun in rank game mode?
I mean, let's not talk about that, because whenever I see an SKS, the next thing I see is my buddy drop down. I don't know why, but if I use an SKS, it takes I can't really find any connections whatsoever. But you know, that's just it for me. But for the rest of for my predecessors, they get one taps, dude, and it's quite crazy. But you know, it's enough about that. Let's talk about the standings here, because I know for a fact that you all are gonna be looking out for this, as we have finished the first day and the second day. Each and every squad has now played a match now, and we can see who are the top 2 for each bracket here, Cali.
Yeah, this schedule today is definitely a lot more balanced compared to what we had yesterday, where everything was 3-0. Well, at this day we had 2 series where it had to go through a breadstick for one of each team. So right now for Group A, SKADI and BONDEE Boys Club is gonna be on the top. For Group B, it's Blacklist, Ultimate, and Huntsmen. For Group C, Smart Omega will be clinging on for that #1 spot with a 1-map advantage against Almighty, who lost earlier against SR NACAGUE on Hardpoint Ascenda. And for Group D, you know, a devastating loss to SHUSHHH, but yeah, even impressive performance for WPM Lowkings as they take it over and take the #1 spot with 3 map wins. But curious to see though, again, pointing out that Group C schedule, Smart Omega and Almighty, they are the World Championship qualified teams for Garena, and they're all in the same group. So it's gonna be very, very interesting to see who makes it out alive. But we have Group Day stage done already. We're gonna be having that group stage Day 3 tomorrow. Tune in, 12th of February 2023, same time today, 11 a.m. Make sure you tune out, because it's Smart Omega pointing out some attacks in there tomorrow.
Definitely. I mean, that's going to be... But unfortunately, though, Cali, you're going to be sitting out for this one. I'm going to be accompanied with Napkin for this. So tomorrow you can expect a matchup in between LF Org up against the Almighty, 4 S-Kings up against SHUSHHH, SKADI up against R&D, DIVINUS up against Kazoku Legacy as well, Cali.
Obviously, right. So now, you know, this series, this day has come to an end, and obviously I hope everybody enjoyed the way the game has been lined up today, because everything is just so exciting today. Well, Warden, any last words before we end?
Well, Cali,
You're chatting. You're
gonna be
chatting the
taking-
chat. Oh my god.
Well,
oh my
I'm
god.
Not, I'm not. Don't point me out. Don't call me out, dude. You know, I mean, that's just gonna be a wrap for this one, Cali Gaming. I don't exactly know when we're gonna be seeing you again, but you're gonna be sitting out for tomorrow. Neptune Garcia is gonna be subbing in for him. So guys, it is now I, Cali Gaming, taking a break for this. See you tomorrow.